believe that this is what's going to hold them back.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply STOP to opt out.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop, Skip, Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn competitive pay for the ride you complete, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 15 years old, a clean driving record, and caregiving experience with children, you could become a Hop, Skip, Drive care driver. Just text CAR to 323232 to get started right now. Hop, Skip, Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text CAR to 323232 right now. Text CAR to 323232 and start earning boosted rates per ride during Hop, Skip, Drive's welcome promotion period. That's CAR to 323232. Text CAR to 323232 now.
At Berg Simpson, we are passionate about what we do. We bring that passion and our expertise to the office and courtroom every single day. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
Colorado! Zach By here for 5280 Exteriors. Guys, we've had the driest winter in decades, over 50 years in some areas, and that means a higher wildfire risk. Now's the time to protect your home. 5280 Exteriors installs fire-resistant, non-combustible, low-maintenance upgrades built to handle Colorado's extreme weather. Choose James Hardy siding, Timber Tech decking, and Pella Impervia fiberglass windows. Plus, get 60 months no-interest financing. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most.
Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Drivers 50 and over can count on the Hartford Auto Insurance for protection that brings peace of mind. The Hartford. Your protection is our passion. Provided by the Hartford Insurance Group, Inc.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Powered by Able Builders. It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Wednesday night on ESPN Denver 1600. CSU basketball faces St. Joseph starting at 8:30.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
The move is Waddle. Tua. Waddle to the pylon. Touchdown!
Tua fires in the end zone. Catch at the goal line. Jaylen Waddle has a Dolphin touchdown.
Back in the end zone. It is caught. Waddle. Touchdown.
Over the middle. Got his man. And look at him go. Jaylen Waddle for the touchdown.
Hello, beautiful people! Welcome to it! Jaylen Waddle Day!
Hell yeah!
Here on Dover and Cecil.
For the love of God, thank you!
Great work, Kevin Kistner.
Thank you, Kevin Kistner. Thank you, George Payton.
You just hit me with a waddle with it?
Shout out to Richie. He found that, so he gets 50% of that.
That's awesome, man. Great work by the Broncos. Great work from Kevin Kistner, as always. Great work, as Cecil just said, from George and Sean Payton for bringing us out of this world of suck that we were in with no moves in free agency. So we're just jumping right into this. Of course, we want tribe reaction as to what is going on. But, Kevin, you sent us a clip last night, and we were going to get into it today on the show. It was our old buddy, Aqib Talib, the chain-snatching king, that had, who was he talking to, Skip Bayless?
Yes, Skip.
Come on, Skip. And he was telling him, hey, the Broncos have something going here. There's going to be something. They have a big offensive playmaker coming in. And you sent us the clip, and I went, okay, that'll be fun to talk about and speculate. Speculate no more, my friend. Cecil Lammy, it is at Jaylen Waddle. The Broncos are giving up a first-round pick. So what is it, their 30th overall pick that they're going to give up? They're also going to give up they're getting a fourth-round draft pick in this year's draft. They're giving up their late third and fourth-round picks. So you're giving up 3, you're getting 1 back, and more importantly, we're getting Jaylen Waddle back in the Mile High
Finally,
City.
man.
Orange
Let's
and
talk
blue
about this. This is the
for
greatest
Jaylen
thing
Waddle.
ever. This is the move that gets you to the Super Bowl. This is an incredible move for the Denver Broncos, finally, because, yesterday the 49ers got Christian Kirk. That was cute. You look at all these moves for other wide receivers out there. Those are cute moves.
That's like a real fourth wave type of move.
Right. So that, some cute moves out there at the wide receiver position. And yeah, the Broncos had to sacrifice first rounder, but it doesn't matter because it's 30 and it's not even a first rounder.
Were you going to get a Jaylen Waddle at 30?
No. And whether it's KC Conception, even Denzel Boston, there's not a Jaylen Waddle available at 30. The Denver Broncos finally did it, and it was big, and it cost a lot. It's going to cost a lot on the salary cap, but he is worth it. Now, are we going to say the Broncos have a number 1 receiver?
They do.
Now,
They
are
do.
people going to stop saying that they don't have a number 1 receiver?
Hey.
They have Jaylen Waddle.
They have a number 1 receiver, and now they might have the best number 2 receiver across the land.
Let's see if there's not another move. Because I think we all might be assuming a little bit too much. Now, if Court is your number 2, the best number 2, that's awesome. But now also that creates an opportunity where, Cortland Sutton is tradable. Not saying that's going to happen. We got so much to get to.
Yeah.
This is the biggest story. And quite honestly, I know this is probably an off-air conversation. I don't really want to talk about anything else.
Yeah.
Because the Avs sucked last
we
night.
Have to, but I get it.
I don't have to. I'll talk about Jaylen Waddle because this is the move. This was the key for the Broncos this offseason to add a playmaker. Kev said it a million times. Bo's board. We did Jaylen Waddle on Bo's board. What'd Kev always say? Want a playmaker. Broncos country, are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
They land Jaylen Waddle. Like I said, you're not getting that kind of production at 30. Doesn't matter who you got. Denzel Boston, a Jonah Coleman type. If Kenyon Sadiq fell to 30, not the same. Jaylen Waddle is a true number 1 wide receiver. He's got multiple 1,000-yard seasons in just a, 4 or 5 year career. He is a dude that can not only stretch it out on the outside. What have we wanted, Cease? No tight end, no middle of the field. Guess what? That just changed.
Yep.
Jaylen Waddle can operate in the middle of the field. It also gives, now it's Jaylen and Cortland. You're 1 and you're 2. Troy, Marvin, Pat, runway extended. Development plan extended.
Yep.
Or they're not under this fine microscope like we were about to put them through all of next season of going, you got to produce.
You better step
Troy,
up.
You better produce in year number 3. Now, you still need some things from there, but they kind of get this sigh of relief of, okay, there's more responsibility there, less over here.
Yes.
And honestly, what you get out of these younger guys, I don't know if I'll include Marvin in that because I think he's got to take a bigger step, and I know you want that too. But, man, they all become icing on the cake right now. Younger guys that had huge plates of responsibility 2 hours ago now get to go, hey, anything like if Troy has another 700-yard season, you imagine what that looks like with Jaylen and Cortland on the outside? If Pat steps up and gives you 500-600 yards, imagine what that feels like.
Yep.
That's all icing on the cake now.
Well,
and Cease, we were all upset that they didn't run the football enough. They led the league in passing attempts a year ago. They didn't change who they were. They just made it more acceptable to operate that way.
When you have Jaylen Waddle and let's just assume Cortland Sutton stays, When you have those two guys, you can lead the league in passing attempts.
That's right.
So
you honestly you probably should.
George
be
Payton,
close to that.
A little bit saying F them picks. He might be saying F that ground game as well, because you have Jaylen Waddle. You can fill the air with footballs with that speed.
He caves to Sean. You know what? We're not going to run, dude.
Okay, Sean, you got me. Sean, it's enough. You broke me. You broke my spirit. But this is an incredible move. It's an amazing move. And after being so disappointed, so bored, honestly.
Yeah.
Just straight up, little Jordan Humphrey, boring. Adam Troutman, boring. Jaleel McLaughlin, boring. Jaylen Waddle, absolutely outstanding. Absolutely a great pick with that speed, with that playmaking ability that the Broncos can get. And don't give me the overpaid thing. Don't give me the, well, what are they doing? Like, they got rid of the 30th pick to get a top 10 type of talent at the receiver
we wondered
position.
why, who they restructured with Quinn and one other player. I can't remember off the top of my head. But we wondered, hey, what are you doing with all this money? Why are you restructuring?
Right.
And then, boom, here it comes, a giant move, because he's going to make, about $16 million this year? He is under contract until the 2028 season. So this is the core. This is the wide receiver room. By the way, after that 2028 season, Cortland's money's going to go away. You can re-up with Jaylen if services have been proper, and then you've got your core in the wide receiver room for a significant amount of time.
Yeah.
So this is just, I don't know how you can't be excited. Yes, there are other things that can be done that would fire us up, absolutely, but we're not worried about that right now. They landed Jaylen Waddle. Bo Nix has another legitimate weapon, a proven weapon that no one can deny. His talent is undeniable, man.
Yep. And Larry in the YouTube chat says, better than A.J. Brown.
By a mile. By 3 miles.
Yeah, and Jaylen Waddle being former teammates with Pat Surtain. We see the back and forth they had on social networking.
I didn't see this until this morning.
Okay, so you did see it this morning. Okay.
He said he would beat the you-know-what out of Pat.
Right, and then
Pat
you had too much dip on your chip, which is odd. But yeah maybe that's, what the young people say. You got dip on your chip.
Isn't PS2 a Florida guy? Is he from Florida?
Yeah.
So, I don't know if there's some ties there or him going back or whatever, but I'm assuming they are
they're college teammates.
College
friendly
teammates.
with one another. Yeah, so that they're just talking a little junk, but this is the move. This is what we've been waiting for. And I'm not saying it's the moped moment where you can say, George Payton, you totally redeemed yourself, but I feel a million times better than I did just I don't know, an hour ago?
Yeah.
An hour ago, I was like, okay, Avs sucked last night. Let's talk about that. Embiid's ducking the Nuggets again, whatever. Like, no, this is the news. This is the story. This is the biggest thing ever.
I like moped moment. I like that term.
Yeah.
Moped moment.
Well, you trade in the shaggin' wagon. You better have something and get 70 miles a gallon on this hog.
You get 70 miles per hour on this route.
That's
man.
right. That's right.
Got some speed.
Jaylen Waddle is a Denver Bronco. You think they have a press conference for this one?
No.
Really?
No.
Oh, wow.
It's Sean Payton.
What a buzzkill, Shawnee Poo.
Yeah.
Give us what we want. Let the people hear from one Jaylen Waddle. That's the news of the day. It is going to be the big story throughout the day. Let's talk about the role that he'll have, how he helps a guy like Bo Nix. I'm already seeing some of it on the text line. Of course, running back is still a part of the conversation. But again, if they're going to be a pass-first football team, which they clearly are, they went out and got a giant piece. You can also hit us up on the RamosLaw.com text line for Tribe Roll Call.
You called it. He broke him.
Yeah.
He broke him.
That's right.
George, you getting a wide receiver, right, George? All right, Sean.
I don't have my button, but
okay.
we'll get to that.
We'll get to the button, yes.
The RamosLaw.com text line is 303-713-1043. Put your name on your text. Tell us, 1, how you feel about the trade. 2, who are you, where are you, what you doing for a buck out there today for Tribe Roll Call. Let us give you and your company a little bit of a shout out. But today, ladies and gentlemen, is a big day. Shall we all waddle together?
Waddle with it, waddle with it, waddle with it. Names that rhyme, takes that hit different. Shapiro and Piro is happy hour sports talk built for the modern fan. Local stories, hidden gems, and the mustache monologues you never knew you needed. Weekdays at 3 p.m. on the Denver Sports 1043 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe now at Denver Sports 1043 and get in on the action. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
Save $10 on a pair of Rain X Latitude wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Our professional parts people will even install them for free.
O'Reilly. Auto Parts.
Ready to free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business empowers leaders with smart business buying tools, leaving time to focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future at AmazonBusiness.com.
Do you have at least 1 month worth of food in your pantry? If not, you should definitely go to MyPatriotSupply.com right now. My Patriot Supply is America's #1 supplier of long-term storable food. They've helped over 3 million Americans get prepared. And for a limited time, when you order their best-selling 4-week food supply, you'll get an additional week of food absolutely free. There's no catch, but act fast because this offer ends soon. Claim your free emergency food kit now at MyPatriotSupply.com. That's MyPatriotSupply.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. $5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BACK5 to get up to a $5 bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BACK5 to get up to a $5 bonus on your first tank. That's code BACK5 to get up to a $5 bonus on your first tank.
Hop in a John Deere Gator XUV for a day's work. Let's see what's on the to-do list. There goes the tree. And the fence. Not a problem. Because you've got a cargo box filled with solutions. Up to 4,000 pounds of towing capacity. And you're ready to roll.
The power's out!
Here we go again. The Gator XUV. Built for every kind of workday. Learn more at johndeere.com/Gator XUV. Nothing runs like a deer.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
What a day. What a morning. Happy St. Patrick's Day as well. Luck of the Irish, huh? Today, sees? Landon won Jaylen Waddle. That's the big news coming out of Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. We want to hear from the tribe. How you feeling about this? We all don't care about the draft picks anymore, right? 30th overall. Now they won't have a pick in the first round. They're gaining a fourth and losing.
And the fourth is better than the fourth that they originally had, correct?
They're like 30th in every round, basically.
Okay. Yeah,
so, yeah. You're getting a bit of a move up.
Okay.
Again, nobody's mad about the 30th pick being gone around here. You're Mr. Draft Guy, and you're not upset about this. In fact, we're ecstatic about what has gone on. So now we look at, all right, Jaylen Waddle is your wide receiver one. Every first read is going to look at Jaylen Waddle. how do you bracket a guy like Cortland Sutton anymore?
Yeah.
Can't do that.
Yeah.
Because the other guy on the other side is going to kill you.
Right.
It just opens up so many different options for Bo Nix first, Sean to design, Davis to call, but Bo to be the one out there to execute. Like I said, for the young guys, longer runway. Great. You don't have to perform right now.
Sure.
Everything is icing on the cake. Really what I want to talk about is Jaylen, Cortland, Bo, the big three that is here in the Mile High City.
I like the Trinity,
Yeah,
right?
that's right.
The
That's
Holy
right,
Trinity
dude.
for the Broncos, Cortland, Jaylen, and Bo. And with that speed, imagine now everything that you have, because Cortland Sutton, who we both appreciate, we know that he was like a catch and fall down guy, right?
Yeah.
Jaylen Waddle, and Kev will dig up the numbers. It's right after the catch. It's speed. It's taking the top off the defense. So Sutton can still do Sutton things, but I dare you to double Cortland Sutton now.
Yeah.
Because last year, and I've always said, like, he's the one because that's the way defenders treat him. They treat him like a one, so you may shake your fist and be like, they don't have a one. Well, defenders think he's a one. What do they think now? If you bracket, if you take a second defender and you put him on Cortland Sutton's side, Jaylen Waddle will kill you. That speed will kill you. So now if you try to bracket over to Waddle's side and deal with that speed, Sutton's got the size. What about Ingram in the middle? What about Pat Bryant? So you have all of these other options now that are completely opened up because you have a field-stretching playmaker like Jaylen Waddle. And you hit it on the head in the very first segment, dude. This is Sean getting his way. It's a surprise. Yeah. Sean Payton got his way.
Hey, George, he will break you.
And this is this team just going, we're just going to throw the ball.
Yeah.
We're going to throw it all over the place.
And what did Kliss tell us, was it 2 weeks ago? First-time play callers aren't necessarily turn around and hand it off 20 times.
Right.
They're going to throw the football. And like I said, now everybody's leaning into it. They're not going to adjust accordingly. They're going to continue to be a pass-first football team.
Yes.
And with the personnel, it makes sense.
Yes.
It didn't last year.
Right.
It now makes sense.
And when you have speed like Jaylen Waddle's speed, this is the adjustment that defenders are going to have to make. You're going to have to respect him every time he's out there. This isn't Marvin Mims, who's still developing as a route runner. I think Marvin needs to do more, but, we'll see. This is a guy that is savvy. I remember when he came out of college, and I was like, okay, everybody, he's not Jerry Jeudy in terms of that his routes aren't as glossy as Jerry Jeudy, but he's an actual real threat. Where Jeudy'd he'd get open, but he'd take forever to get open because he's like doing those, volleyball moves or whatever. Like, they look great on Instagram, but not on an NFL field.
Can he read good? Better than Jerry Jeudy.
Jaylen Waddle can have route intelligence.
Yes.
That reading that you're talking about of I'm going to set you up like this. And I love the way that Waddle runs routes because it's not Marvin Harrison. I think Marvin Harrison, Stoke could probably back me up, the best route runner we've ever seen.
He's pretty good.
However, Jaylen Waddle disguises his routes so everything, he could be doing a short route and he's going to make it look like he's going to attack you vertically.
Yeah.
So if you look at his shoulders and his hips, as defenders are taught to stare at your hips, basically, swinging his hips, he doesn't tip it off. There's no tell in terms of how he's leaning or his body positioning when he's running a route. You're guessing. And if you're guessing against Bo Nix in this passing game, you're dead. That's how Jaylen Waddle can change this game for the Broncos.
And you want to talk about downfield threats. For a 17-game season, what he's averaged in his NFL career is 81 catches, 1,098 yards, and 6 touchdowns. That's what he averages over a 17-game season. His yards per catch, Cecil, he's never had less than a first down average in his NFL career except for his rookie year when it was 9.8. It went up to 18.1 his second year. That led the NFL in yards per reception. Every time he caught the ball, he was good for 18 yards. That number's now gone from 14 to 12 2 years ago and 14 a year ago, a career average of a 13.5 yards per catch. A first down plus 3.5 every time Jaylen Waddle catches the football.
Wow.
And a big part of that is what you're talking about, what Cortland doesn't bring to the table. Catch, make one man miss, and then all of a sudden he's cooking out in some space with no one near him.
Right.
And now you got possession on one side, threat to move down the field. I'm just hitting
You're
everything.
excited.
Threat to move down the field on the other side with, again, Troy, Marvin, and Pat as being icing on the cake.
Yeah, and now you can spread them out, and now Davis Webb can call all sorts of plays to, again, fill the air with football. So whereas a lot of teams, and look at the rest of the AFC West, they're all got stud running backs, except for Denver. Why? Because they're going to throw the ball.
Yeah.
All the time. Like, I think this helps R.J. Harvey, honestly.
Hell yeah,
it gets
does.
more space for him.
Guess what R.J. Harvey gets now? The worst defender on the field.
Yes. And guess what else R.J. Harvey gets? A light box. Because you're not going to stuff the line to stuff the run.
You've got to drop him now.
Exactly. You've got to get back. You've got to look out. Like, they went from, like, plucky, lunch pail guys. Like, this offense went from, hey, you're a little bit of a problem, to, oh, my God, we're wetting our pants. We can't cover everyone the Broncos have.
Yeah.
Other defenses right now are crapping their pants over what the Broncos can bring to the field with one move. One move with Jaylen Waddle. But that one move opens up the rest of the entire field for all the other playmakers.
It's a good point from one of our tribe members, Chris and Arvada, on the RamosLaw.com text line. The Broncos can now use the pass to open up the run. The additional Waddle makes Dobbins more dangerous. Huge get, says Chris up in A-Town.
Okay.
He's absolutely right. And traditionally it's the other way around, but we know who the coach is. We now know who the play caller is. We know what they want to do. And yeah, if you're getting torched, and like I said, if Jaylen Waddle's killing you for 13.5 yards a catch, you're going to put some more attention on that side. You cannot load the box. And that, hey, JK already has a 5 yards per average. Then when he goes down, you still can't load the box. And like you're saying, it helps, lightens the load a little bit of one R.J. Harvey.
We got more help from the tribe. Tribe helps tribe because Brent says lunch pail to Lambo.
Oh, I like
Did this
that.
offense go from lunch pail to Lambo?
Wow, I like that.
You're packing up your lunch, you got your hard hat, you got one of those orange vests on, and you go out to your garage and there's a beautiful Lamborghini. And that's what the Broncos offense can be now with Bo Nix running the show. And that's the thing, like, Bo's got to be super happy with this move because he'll know what this brings to the field, and he'll know that now the opportunity to have 2,000-yard receivers is there, the opportunity to push for 5,000 yards passing is there, and the opportunity to be the most dangerous offense in the league, the most dangerous passing game in the league.
That's right.
Let's say that is the capabilities here within the Denver Broncos now with one move to get Jaylen Waddle.
They got that one, the offensive weapon, and again, I'm seeing some stuff on the text line of the younger guys and the Marvin Mims. They get room to develop. Like I said, everything is extra at this point. Your offense, the big three, it's Jaylen Waddle, it's Courtland Sutton, and it's Bo Nix. That's the identity of this Denver Broncos offense. That's what they've wanted it to be, a pass-first offense. They've made that very clear. Like I said, now they have the personnel to go and do that and be successful at it. Not go, oh, no, we throw the ball downfield. No, you don't. You didn't have a lot of success doing that. Now you are a throw the ball down the field offense.
And think about Waddle himself. Because if anyone's being a negative Nelly out there, first off, get to the back of the line.
For today.
That's not going to happen. And by the way, anyone bringing up Waddle's, he had Tua as his quarterback.
Yeah.
Okay, for the love of all things that are holy, you get Bo Nix now. If you're Jaylen Waddle, first off, Bo Nix has to be happy with this addition. Imagine if you're Jaylen Waddle. Tua's the nicest guy ever, but he's not a good quarterback. And what do you always say about these guys? Like, I don't care about your feelings. I don't care. Yeah, but Tua can be a nice guy. Bo's a nice guy as well, and he's actually good.
Mm-hmm.
So it's an upgrade for Waddle in terms of who's the passer throwing him the ball. The guy's a three-time 1,000-yard receiver.
He's been in the league 5 years, and 3 of them have been 1,000-yard seasons.
And he's had Tua as his quarterback.
Right.
Like, come on, man. What are we doing? So the Broncos.
And by the way, his other 2 seasons were 9-10 and 744. That's the other 2.
Yeah. It's a pretty good year.
Yeah.
Pretty good year. So pretty good upgrade for this team. I think this is an awesome move for the Denver Broncos and one that can put this offense over the top.
It definitely does. Definitely can, and we believe it will. We'll continue this conversation. All right, what does it actually mean for tight ends? Are we going to require as much from that group? Now that 700 yards that they put together as a group would be huge in a year with Jaylen Waddle and Courtland Sutton on the outside, and I'm seeing it all over the text line. I'm sure you're seeing it on the YouTube page there. Get to our YouTube page at DenverSports and then the Dover and Cecil stream. What's it mean for the running game? What kind of offense are we looking at? We'll tell you coming up next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply STOP to opt out.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn competitive pay for the ride you complete, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 15 years old, a clean driving record, and caregiving experience with children, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text CAR to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text CAR to 323232 right now. Text CAR to 323232 and start earning boosted rates per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's CAR to 323232. Text CAR to 323232 now.
Sex, intimacy, love. These three things are critical to a good relationship, and that's the problem with erectile dysfunction. It often destroys sexual enjoyment and intimacy. It stresses the love between partners, often to the breaking point. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're suffering with ED, you likely know exactly what I'm talking about. But I also want you to know that ED doesn't have to impact your relationship anymore. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts with our focus on men's sexual health. We've treated tens of thousands of men and have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. I promise you, if you're like most guys, you can get your sex life back, perhaps even performing like you haven't in years. So if ED is affecting you, it's time to get back to better sex, better intimacy, and deeper love. Call us. Just $99 gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs change, kids grow, new memes will come out. But what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and a price that didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most. That finds and fixes any issue before you even notice them. It's like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, no strings. So even though your kids will grow up, your internet is going to stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in minutes with the same-day Wi-Fi. All with Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price, unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply, select plans only.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Wednesday night on ESPN Denver 1600. CSU basketball faces St. Joseph starting at 8:30.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
You're listening to Dover and
You did it. It's his moped moment. That's what we're going to call it, man. I love the term that you came up with.
Oh.
He's totally redeemed himself.
Does he ring the little bell, right, when he pulls up? Ring, 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 ring. Hey, Sean, I got you something.
Like, you hungry? Sean's like, nah, I swallowed a big June bug on the way back.
So the 30th pick was the shaggin' wagon.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right.
See you later. It's a big deal today. The Denver Broncos have acquired Jaylen Waddle. That's the news of the day. Again, if you're just joining us, here's how it went down. The Broncos are going to receive Jaylen Waddle and the Dolphins' 4th-round pick. Cecil, you were right. That's 11th in that round. That's this year's draft. Miami's going to get the Broncos' first-round pick. That's number 30. You're not getting a first-round player there, but you'll have a first-round pick along with their late 3rd and 4th-round picks. That's the 30th in each of those rounds. So they move back a little bit in the 4th round. The Dolphins do have 11 picks. We clearly know what they're doing, starting over and trying to figure out what they can make of what remains on the roster and then add a few pieces. Well, the Broncos go, hey, we do recognize we're in a Super Bowl window. We were on the doorstep, and now we're taking that step forward. So, Cease, I want to get into a conversation as to what this offense is going to look like. We're just kind of joking during the commercial break with some of our coworkers about they were leading the league in passing a year ago. We know they don't want to run the football at a 20 attempts per game clip anyway. Now what does that look like with wanting to air it out, adding a legitimate weapon on the outside? Like I said, Cortland, Jaylen, and Bo are the new big three in the Mile High City here. Are we talking like 13 rush attempts a game? Well, where are we at with what this offense will look like?
You're really getting me. I think I can help you out with this whole Pan situation.
Yeah.
Because what you're emphasizing, dude, just think about this. Think about this. There hasn't been a combination at wide receiver like this since DT and Emmanuel.
Yeah. How'd that work out?
I mean, that's what you're looking at, right? And Jaylen Waddle doing his best Emmanuel Sanders impression and maybe being even more productive than Emmanuel Sanders was here. While Court doing his DT impression, of course, with DT being more productive than Court has been historically. Court's numbers would probably be the same. I think this is a boost for everyone else. It's probably about the same for Court. Probably about 1,100 yards for Courtland Sutton. Haven't changed my projections for this Broncos offense. We just got this news this morning. Kev was in the shower, probably dreaming about Bo Nix when he got that call and like, hey, they got Jaylen Waddle. He was dreaming. He's smiling. You know you were dreaming about Bo Nix.
Changed after that text.
Exactly. Does anyone have a cigarette? Because that's what this feels like, right? This feels like, oh my God, we got to have a smoke because this has been outstanding. Was it good for you too?
I was going to ask you guys if you want to have like a pizza party or something. Like, we should do something to celebrate, right?
So we should get cupcakes, like something. Yeah, we should do something to celebrate. I think all of Broncos country will be celebrating. And listen, I'm overly excited. I got some in the YouTube chat saying, you're selling this too hard, Lammy. I don't need to sell it. Look at the production. Look at the skill set that Jaylen Waddle has, and then look at the fit. The most dirty word in the NFL, but it's fit. The secret of the NFL is fit. Jaylen Waddle fits with this offense in ways that, well, quite frankly, no other receiver that was available in free agency could have done. Not a Christian Kirk, not any of the others, even a trade for Michael Pittman. Michael Pittman's not this. A trade for Brian Thomas. Brian Thomas isn't this. Different style of receivers to be sure, but if you look at just what the Broncos have done to add a true playmaker outside of, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, and they're not trading for those guys, you get a top 10 talent in Jaylen Waddle right now in a better passing game with a better quarterback. I don't need to sell this hard, baby. All you got to do is look at it. And by the way, I'm going to sound like a snob. This is where I lose people.
Okay.
I know I see a lot of people you haven't watched Jaylen Waddle because I see all these opinions on Jaylen. Broncos overpaid. What are they doing?
Overpaid?
Yeah, and Evans was reading some of that from the RamosLaw.com text line of like,
overpaid?
It's overpaid. Nope. I don't see any of that.
They gave up 2 draft picks.
Yeah, and it's the 30th draft pick.
Right.
Oh, they gave up a first rounder. I'm Mr. Draft. I don't care. The 30th pick is not a first rounder.
I don't know if we said this on air. We were talking about it before we cracked the mic. You think they're going to get anybody at 30 that can average 81 catches and 1,098 yards over a 17-game season like Jaylen Waddle does?
Yes.
The answer is no. The answer is not no.
Yes.
It's hell no.
Yes.
They can't do that.
Yes. So I think this is fantastic. What's he turn, like 28 this year? I think he's 27 right now. He turns 28 in November.
That's correct.
Off the top of my head. So, like, you get a young receiver. You get a number 1 receiver and a guy. I always ask the question, have we seen the best of blank?
Yeah.
Have we seen the best of Jaylen Waddle?
No. How could his quarterback was Tua?
Exactly.
That sucks.
So, like, So for everyone out there being like, you're selling this too hard, how am I selling it too hard? This is the type of move that can put you over the top if you're the Denver Broncos. Now, they need to do more. They've been disappointing in free agency again. And, we can talk about those things. But I want to talk about the impact of this player. And, by the way, the price tag on Jaylen Waddle, it's something they're going to rework anyway. But in 2026, what's he on the books for? Like $11 million? Right? I'm looking at it right now.
For Jaylen Waddle?
Yeah, for Jaylen Waddle.
For 20, I mean, his base salary is
4.9.
It's nothing huge.
Wow.
This year, it's not going to break the bank a lot.
Yeah.
It's the following 2 years in his last year, and even then, for the production, so it's a low number this year. In 27, it's $23 million. In 28, it's $25 million.
Okay.
But again, if you were to go look at the top paid wide receivers, there's 6-7 of them that are already north of $30 million. Jamar Chase, obviously, juice is worth a squeeze there, but he's at $40 million. Cortland Sutton's at 23. But you're going to tell me in 2027, you're going to have top 2 wide receivers in Cortland Sutton and Jaylen Waddle for under $46 million a year. That's $6 more million than one guy's getting there in Cincinnati, and both of these teams are on the same path to be in and compete for a Super Bowl. So not only are they getting value on the contract right now, you'll have to pay the piper eventually, and if all things go right, that's a check that everybody would be thrilled for Greg Pinner to write. So it's not that's crazy to me that people are down on this. I mean, every party has a pooper, and sometimes the pooper is you, but if you're down on this, I'm kind of with Cecil. One, you probably don't watch a lot of Jaylen Waddle football and might not understand who this coaching staff is.
Mm-hmm.
I went nuts a year ago trying to go, you can't do it this way. You got to run the football on first and second down. They didn't do that. They clearly don't care about that. So why not lean into it the other way? And I'm kind of talking to myself here. Lean into it the other way. Don't expect them to change who they are. They are who they are.
Mm-hmm.
Now lean into that and build a team so that you can be who you want to be, but with major success. That's what today has done.
So you want to get nuts?
Let's get nuts.
Let's get nuts. Is this guy going to be a 1,500-yard receiver? Like immediately out the gates for the Denver Broncos. And again, I have not officially done my projections. I just got here. And this has been outstanding news, incredible news. But if you look at what he did in combination with Tyreek Hill, because I'm seeing it in the YouTube chat. What's up, YouTube? You're probably seeing it on the RamosLaw.com text line of like, hey, but that 1 year when the Dolphins led the league in passing, he only had 1,100 yards. Tyreek Hill had 1,800 yards.
Yeah.
So now, do we flip the script? If you agree with me that Sutton's numbers are going to be about the same, I don't think Sutton explodes.
I don't either.
Sutton's not the benefactor here. But now does Jaylen Waddle, I'm not going to say 1,800, although that is nuts, but is he now that guy?
In 2022, he was 144 yards away from being a 1,500-yard receiver with dog butt Tua. Now he's coming to the Mile High City with Bo Chapman-Nix, Davis Webb, the young hot play caller. I guess Mike was a little bit of that back then too, but you know what I mean? You're going to plan for that, dude. All he needs is 144 more yards to crack that case.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think he can do that.
Wow.
I think he could do that as soon as this season.
And if you look at Jaylen Waddle, and you look at where they were drafting, Casey Conception, the Texas A&M kid, Denzel Boston, the Washington kid we've talked about, I look at this draft and I go, there's nobody better. If Jaylen Waddle was in this draft class, he'd be the number one receiver. Like, you just got a number one receiver who's already got experience, skins on the wall, John Fox. Weird.
Yeah.
But, like, you've got that experience, and you can plug and play right now. There's no worrying about, are you going to ramp up? There's no worrying about adapting in the NFL. You get in, you produce right now. So what's the number? Let us know. Tribe helps tribe. I want to know the number. Is it 1,000 yards? Is it 1,500 yards? Is it more? Where is it? Where's that number? Because I'm comfortable right now, and again, excited, but comfortable saying he could be a 1,500-yard receiver.
I don't think it's out of the realm of possibilities. If I had to put something on it right now, I'm like 1256 is popping into my head. 1,256 yards.
Okay.
That's what I'm landing on right now.
Okay, all right.
By the way, Jeff Darlington is reporting Jaylen Waddle is going to travel to Denver today.
Okay.
His physical will be held tomorrow. He's sharing stuff for casuals. I'm told the Broncos showed some interest at the deadline. We all knew about that. Talks didn't heat up until the recent combine. Something Cecil always tells us about. Over the last 10 days, it's really heated up. The Broncos remain the only team that hasn't signed a free agent, instead subscribing to the belief that best players aren't available without a trade. And so they pulled the trigger and went and got one of the best players in Jaylen Waddle. So it's a big day in Broncos country. That is the story of the day. We're going to be all over this throughout the course of the day. By the way, look at what our dude Mean Tweets sent us. I'll send this out on my Twitter too.
Okay.
But that's a good one. It's Bo Nix, AI Bo Nix with two carving knives labeled Waddle and Sutton, and he's carving up NFL defenses.
Okay.
That's
like
good
it.
work.
I like it.
That's good work right there.
Now Kev's going to want to buy a set of those knives. Can I get a set of Bo Nix knives?
That'd be pretty sweet, right? You remember throwing knives?
Dude, I have throwing knives.
Dude, you haven't
You
invited
want me to bring them in?
Let's go to your house and throw some knives.
We have a no weapons policy, or else I'd bring it in.
Yeah, right. We have a no weapons. How does a stink get in here with those pythons every single day? All right, we're off and rolling, having some fun, fired up about this news that is Jaylen Waddle. We will continue the conversation. Let's get caught up with some of you guys on the RamosLaw.com text line and over on our YouTube page. Plus, a quick look back at how bad the Avs were. Jaylen Waddle's going to score a lot of touchdowns. The Avs gave one up last night. Let's talk about it coming up next.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammey and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue today. The most passionate, intelligent, and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
I lost 60 pounds with SodaWeightLoss.com, and I did it a few years ago, 5 years ago, and I've kept the weight off. Why? Because I know how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. Real food, real results, and a real nutritionist that's there to help you along the way. Always available via text. I know that when I would reach out to Trisha, whether I was at sports bar or whatever, like, hey, here's their menu. What can I eat? Hey, I'm at the grocery store. This is the display. Like, what can I get here? Help me out? And having that sort of personalized touch really helps make all the difference. Real support from a real person is what keeps you consistent. SodaWeightLoss.com. Here's the best part. Join now, and your partner joins for free. You start together, you support each other, and you both get younger feeling, healthier versions of yourselves. Call them up, 1-866-800-SODA. That's 1-866-800-SODA. And you can join Soda for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. Thank you for giving me my life back. SodaWeightLoss.com. Love ya. SOTA weightloss.com is state of the art.
Are you one of those people who dread going to the dentist? If so, have you tried sedation dentistry? Learn more about sedation dentistry at coloradosedation.com. Sit back, relax, and dream with the most experienced sedation dentist and staff at Clarkson Dental.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health.
Score big, save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At Belco Credit Union, we want to make your dream renovation a reality. Maybe that means a modern kitchen upgrade or a luxurious new bathroom. With Belco's Home Equity Choice line, you can get easy access to funds with the freedom and convenience of a home equity line of credit, plus the security and stability of a home equity loan. Plus, Belco is also offering low rates for qualified borrowers. Learn more at belco.org/choiceline. Belco is an equal opportunity housing lender. Belco, banking for everyone.
The disappointing part for me is you're down 4-2. You like what you're doing offensively.
Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
True Green. Stop doing it yourself and get a golf course quality lawn the easy way from the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. Sign up today at TrueGreen.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by TradeGen Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
I love this text from one of our tribe members. It's Jack in Dove Valley. What's up, Jack? He says, my wife drafts Waddle every year in fantasy.
Okay.
Just because she loves the name. She's over the moon with this trade today.
Well, maybe that's what Jameis said. It's not check your ex, but instead of wobble with me, he says waddle with me. Well, let's just pretend that he says
that's
that.
now what we're going with forever.
Waddle with me, waddle with me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That will be what we're doing forever. We made some of our predictions. I'm seeing some of you guys ask about predictions as well, or give some of your predictions.
That's not too outlandish from what I'm seeing on YouTube, is that people are saying like 1,400,
I got a 1,400 from Aaron in Loveland, kind of going what you talked about. Waddle reminds me of Emmanuel Sanders. And Emmanuel was like, hey, he's a gonna pop when he gets the right opportunity. Jalen's already done that. And they're like, ooh, there's more there.
Right.
With the right opportunity. Insert Denver as the right opportunity.
Insert the Denver Broncos and Bo Nix. So I think it's great. Keep those numbers coming. And we got a lot more to say about this blockbuster deal for the Broncos.
It's just so good. It's just so good. We're going to do that.
Maybe we should, for today, with your approval, do we replace Jameis for one day on Check Your Ex with Waddle with me, Waddle with me?
Is it not forever? Should it be forever?
Tribe helps tribe. You let us know. You want to hear Jameis or you want to hear Waddle with me?
Yeah, let us know, guys. Real fast, let me also remind you, we're fired up about football today, but the tournament, it's here. That means your shot at $5,000 is also here. That's at DenverSports.com/bracket. Thanks to Bryant, Colorado, and Xfinity. That's where you go to sign up for our 5K bracket challenge. DenverSports.com/bracket. If you think you can pick the perfect bracket, here's your chance to prove it. Show us how right you will be and how smart you are with your sports takes. Don't wait. Entries close before tip-off on March 19th. That's the first day of games. You got to get to DenverSports.com/bracket to get signed up. DenverSports.com/bracket. All right, one more quick note on Jaylen, and then we're going to touch on the Avs for a second. We wanted middle of the field. Kevin Kistner, love this number. Appreciate your work. 40% of his receiving yards in 2025 came in the center of the field. That's per PFF by completion. 40% of his receiving yards were in the middle of the field. The one place they ignored, because they didn't have anybody to go there, is now checking that box. Almost half of his production is where we need it to be.
Wow. That's incredible, because what have we often talked about? The detriment for the Broncos is middle of the field.
To further that point, Cortland had 13% of his receptions, Pat 13, Marvin 13, Troy only 7% of his receptions in the middle of the field. It was ignored because they didn't have the guys that could do it.
Yep. And now they do with Jaylen Waddle all over the field. It's incredible.
What a day. What a day. We're getting back to it right at the top. Quick talk about what went on last night with these Colorado Avalanche and how
so bad.
bad that game was.
The worst game of the season?
I mean, dude.
Has to be, right?
It's like, 4 minutes in, it's 2-1, and you're like, all right, well, Nate scored. Maybe that gets the guys going. Nope. They got their butts beat last night. It was literally from the jump, all controlled by the Pittsburgh Penguins. My dude, Scott Wedgwood, gave up 3 goals in 5 shots. 3 goals in 5 shots.
Yeah.
Now, 2 of them were breakaways, but you still got to make some of those saves, Scott Wedgwood. I look at last night for Wedgie's case, and I'm not mad that Bednar pulled him. He's looking for any sort of life, sort of spark.
Right.
And McKenzie came in and gave up a goal pretty quick as well. I still have some confidence in Scott Wedgwood. I still have questions about Mackenzie Blackwood. Last night, it wasn't a goaltender-specific problem. They needed to be better. But, dude, was anybody interested in playing hockey last night in a Nav sweater?
Well, the second and third period, didn't they kind of cry uncle? I'm not saying they gave up, but when you look at the first period, I think it was almost 20 shots on goal. Second period, 4. Why? I'll go Sir Smoke a lot on you. Why?
Yeah.
Like, why? Why? When you get down, it's hockey 101. Like, oh, just go shoot it. Shoot it. And then they stopped. Again, I think the number was 18 in the first period. Second period's 4. Why? That's strange to me. And just a bad night overall, bad goaltending night. But one of those things where your offense did not really even try in the second and third period. It was very tough to watch.
And then Nathan McKinnon after the game, it's interesting for him to bring this up on March 17th, talking about chemistry.
Chemistry matters, you know, and like if guys are used to playing center, filling in and big routes, it's no one's fault. It's just different, new teams, and then a lot of different line combinations lately for everybody. So it's hard, it's hard. I mean, it sounds like an excuse. Tonight was just bad too. Like we just played bad. It wasn't like we were all bad. I thought we had a pretty good start. I don't know. It's one of those nights that just sucked.
You were all bad. That you don't get a pass on that. You were all bad. You had the goal. It was 45th of the year for Nathan McKinnon, but you were all bad. You gave up 7 goals. When you give up 7 goals between 2 goaltenders, that's not all on the goaltender.
Yeah.
That's lack of defense in front of the net, which has been an issue for this team for a big chunk of the year. I don't know that it's we said on Saturday or after Saturday's game yesterday, all right, we're not too worried about the Winnipeg loss. And then followed up by this, you go, okay, now you have Dallas tomorrow night. You show up with that kind of performance, they're going to, skate you out of the gym? Like the rink, whatever it is. How do you feel good about what Wednesday's going to be, knowing what the last 2 nights? The only saving grace is that Dallas got beat up last night by Utah.
Surprise loss to
Utah.
Utah.
Of a surprise loss.
Yeah.
So now tomorrow night's not for first place because the Avs still sit at 97 points as the Stars still sit at 94 points, but it's just a gross feeling after the last 2 Avs games.
Do you believe they were distracted by the Dallas game on Wednesday?
I hope not.
They've dropped 3 of their last 4.
If that's the case, then they're mentally weak.
You don't want that.
No.
Well, and you know what really stood out to me last night? Like really stood out.
What?
They missed Gabe. They missed Gabe. I know, it's hugely disappointing or whatever I'm supposed to say, but no. They missed that sort of kick in the ass leadership that Nate's just going to get mad at you. He's going to get mad at everybody. He's going to get mad at himself.
Yeah.
Kale's the nicest guy on the planet, so he's not going to be that guy. You really need that captain that will, kind of grab you by the face mask and be like, what are we doing? What are you doing? Kick that skate and get that boot in your butt and say, let's get going.
Well, and he's one of the guys, you're not going to stay in front of the net and fight and be physical? I'll do it then.
I'll do it. Get out of my way. And that's something where, as we see the netminders have some struggles with some breakaway goals, also the defense in front of the goaltenders have been bad for they've lost 3 out of the last 4. So let's just say in 3 out of the last 4. You've got to change this around. But I was really wondering, were they distracted by the Dallas thing? And if they were, that's not a good sign.
That's a huge red flag.
Yeah, that's not a good sign. But what else can we say? They were either distracted by a big game on Wednesday or, they're not this. I felt like I was watching an imposter. I felt like it was
take that mask off.
Invasion of the Body Snatchers or something, or like Scooby-Doo of would have gotten away for it if it hadn't been for you kids. it didn't seem like the Avs. It just didn't.
Yeah.
Sweaters, there were supposed to be the Avs out there, but it didn't seem like that was the team that we know. And that's why I'm willing to call it a one-off, but I'm also curious as to why. What were you distracted by Dallas?
Look, if they come out tomorrow and are gangbusters and beat up on Dallas, we're all going to be excited for that. But then that theory that you're floating might actually, we'll have to go back to that and go, you know what? You were on to something on a Tuesday.
Yeah, on Tuesday. And just think of Edmonton, McKinnon ejected. Winnipeg couldn't finish. Pittsburgh, total collapse.
Yeah, our guy Trey and Centino. This does suck. I took my twins to their first hocky game last night.
Oh.
What's the refund policy?
I'm sorry about that.
Trey, that sucks. And hockey's not cheap to get to, but hopefully you can get you and the kids back there for a better performance than what you saw last night. All right, hour one done, quarter two on deck. Let's get back to the conversation. The big news of the day, Jaylen Waddle is a Bronco, pending a physical that will go down tomorrow. What's his arrival mean? What are we expecting from Jaylen Waddle, and how does this keep the Broncos in contention for a Super Bowl, and does it leapfrog any of those AFC contenders we have to worry about? Let's talk about it next.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
One iced coffee?
$1, please.
For real? No way. One iced coffee?
$1, please.
For real? No way. What a deal.
Your new morning groove. Iced coffee from McDonald's, any size for just $1 until 11 a.m. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams Spring Sale and get 35% off paints and stains March 13th through the 23rd. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Men, we all know how important sex is in a relationship, both for you and your partner. But erectile dysfunction ruins sex, which can often have serious impacts on your relationship as well. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if ED is a problem in your life, you understand the impacts it has on you and the one you love. But I'm here to tell you that ED is a treatable condition, and almost without exception, you can have really good sex again. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're experts in treating ED. We've treated tens of thousands of men with protocols that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most guys, good sex will be the norm. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a level of intimacy for you and your partner that might just astound you both. It's time to have really good sex again, so call us. Just $99 gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
This is a thank you. Me to you. Listening to you, watching how you live your life, makes our path so clear. My name is Glenn Jamrow. I'm president of Alpine Bank, member FDIC. Over the years, you've taught us that we don't need to come up with the big idea. All we have to do is watch you and then follow your lead. You've taught us that when people work together, when we support one another, success is at hand. It all starts by listening, understanding, and then together, caring about what happens. You're committed to making a difference in your life, in the lives of others, and in the happiness and well-being of all. Thank you for making it so clear. The big idea is actually so simple. It's commitment. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado and you.
If you're in love, you need to head to Williams Jewelers for Bridal Fest.
Come shop all our top bridal designers, including Gabriel & Company, A. Jaffe, and Tacori. Over 2,000 of the latest engagement ring styles and wedding bands from Lashbrook.
Along with our best direct from the cutter diamond prices of the season, listen to this. 3/4 carat diamonds from just $26.95.
Gorgeous 1 carats from just $39.95.
And natural 2 carat diamonds from an amazing $13,995.
Guys, during Bridal Fest, qualified buyers can get 12 months financing interest-free.
Plus, when you spend $5,000 or more during Bridal Fest, you'll receive a Yeti cooler as our gift.
So, join us for Williams Jewelers Bridal Fest, March 17th through Saturday, March 21st at Williams Jewelers of Cherry Creek.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Wednesday night on ESPN Denver 1600. CSU basketball faces St. Joseph starting at 8:30.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it?
Yes, you can. On the move is Waddle. Tua. Waddle to the pylon. Touchdown!
Tua fires in the end zone. Catch at the goal line. Jaylen Waddle has a Dolphin touchdown.
Back in the end zone. It is caught. Waddle. Touchdown.
Over the middle. Got his man. And look at him go. Jaylen Waddle for the touchdown.
Look at him go, indeed. Kevin Kistner with the montage. Crushing it as always, Kev. Oh, I like this part, too. Yeah, yeah. That's our new theme song, dude.
I love it. I love it, man. Absolutely awesome day in Broncos country after them not doing anything.
Nothing at all. And they've totally redeemed themselves today. Cecil dubbed it his
moped moment.
As in George Payton, his moped moment. And we're certainly fired up about that. We actually have some exclusive audio we're going to share in just a few minutes. But I teased this, Cease. I had read that the Bills were in on Jaylen Waddle.
Okay.
Of course, they go in different directions, but you get a guy that your competitor was trying to take. So absolutely love that part of it. Jock blocking is the term that you use. And I'll steal right here because it's a cool term. But you look at, all right, we know who the contenders are there in the AFC, and we wondered if the Broncos, I'm going to get choked up. I'm so excited. If the Broncos were going to stay pat and just run it back while everybody else improves their roster, where does that leave them in the pecking order? And we didn't like the results of some of those conversations. All right, well, where are we now with Jaylen Waddle? Buffalo still going to be a contender. The Patriots still going to be a contender. Baltimore, Cincinnati, we believe will be back. What's Indy, Jacksonville look like? And then the AFC West, we're going to save that for a separate conversation, but we know who the players are there as well. But see, I was worried, honestly, about what Buffalo was turning into and what Joe Brady can do. One coach can't take you there. You get a new voice. All of a sudden, you're elevated, and there's a little bit more hunger in that room.
Right.
The Patriots were benefactors of a really, really nice schedule. And I think they may find a drop, but they're still players in the conversation. Then Baltimore, Cincinnati. Let's go Jacksonville and Indy as a part of the conversation. We'll see what Houston looks like, but right now, they don't look like they're a part of that conversation. Does Jaylen Waddle, being a Bronco, put them in front of Buffalo, in front of New England, in front of Baltimore, Cincinnati, Jacksonville, and Indianapolis?
Yeah, I think Buffalo would be the one to have the most debate with, because the other teams, you could say, based on what they've done or not done in some instances, Like the Denver Broncos are right there. I mean, with one move, a big move, an expensive move, but a move that you're not getting Jaylen Waddle for cheap. You're not sending a third rounder and getting Jaylen Waddle like you had to pay the price. The Broncos paid that price. This is actually opportunistically aggressive. For the love of God, finally that phrase has paid off.
Right.
That they started talking about. We're going to be opportunistically aggressive and then sign little Jordan Humphrey. That's not opportunistically aggressive. This is. But this is something that can put him over the top to be the number one roster in the AFC. Again, we have to assume the draft gets you a running back and maybe a tight end you can develop. But if we look at this Broncos team, you go, okay, Buffalo, I see you. I see what you got. And they've got James Cook. James Cook means a lot. And they've got 2 tight ends. Broncos are trying to have one with Evan Ingram, maybe. But now if you look at that wide receiver core, who do you want? DJ Moore and Keon Coleman, or Cortland Sutton and Jaylen Waddle? I know I'm going to put my chips on the Denver Broncos.
I'll roll with the Denver Broncos as well. And it is that. It's you now, and especially with those teams that we're talking about. I know Buffalo and their situations, like Josh Allen's this old guy, but their Super Bowl window, they've been in it for a few years. New England probably just getting back into a Super Bowl window. Baltimore, Cincinnati, all in their Super Bowl window. This to me is a move. You're talking about Bo Nix, Jaylen Waddle, Cortland Sutton as this big 3, and then who fills that void when Cortland's time is done? Because he's on the back 9 of football life, and that's something that we've all acknowledged here. You're just setting yourself up here for a offensive core to be in place for 5, 6, 7, 8 years. When I'm talking about like Waddle, the Franklins, the Bryants. RJ is a different conversation because he's a running back, and by position, we naturally go like, hey, 3, 4, and you're done with a young guy. But core pieces that you can build around, and more importantly, who Bo becomes, attract players to come to. That's what the Broncos are putting in place right now.
You know what they just did today?
What'd they do?
They got Bo Nix as Jamar Chase.
Wow.
They got Bo Nix as Justin Jefferson. Think about that, dude. I'm getting chills. They just got Bo Nix as Jamar Chase. Now, Jaylen Waddle's not as good as Jamar Chase. Very few are. Him and Justin Jefferson, right? That's it.
Yeah.
The LSU guys. But they got an Alabama kid that can absolutely fly. They got an Alabama kid that can play in a big-time way. They got an Alabama kid in Jaylen Waddle that can dominate at the middle of the field, that can dominate with run-after-catch ability. They just got Bo Nix as Jamar Chase. I think this is the best news we could possibly have in Broncos country. It's an amazing move.
Yeah.
Amazing. They got Bo Nix, the guy, because you mentioned it, and you brought this to the forefront by saying, like, how long is this combination going to be together? Because it could be quite a while based on how young Jaylen Waddle is, and plus how great this young man has been operating an offense with a bad quarterback. Now you get a better offense, better coached, better quarterback, better numbers for Jaylen Waddle, and he's already been outstanding.
And like I said, the attraction part of it, Bo and Jaylen start to connect. Jaylen's, in his next couple of seasons, over 1,000 yards. Maybe he is flirting with that 12, 13, 1,400-yard season in one of the next 2 years. There's that next up-and-coming wide receiver that goes, man, he got out of a really bad situation, and now he's shining in the Mile High City, making all the money. Sign me up for that. Let me go be a benefactor of who Bo Nix and Davis Webb are as an offense.
Yes.
And go get paid and win. You can do both now in the Mile High City.
So basically, Davis Webb, it's my second Chappelle reference of the week, is like Rick James, where he's like, got the orange aura, like, come here, give it to me, baby.
Give it to me.
Yeah,
That's right.
come here. That's Davis Webb. He's got the braids, he's got the beads.
Yeah.
Like, come on over here. Come to the Mile High City where you can produce and win.
Walking over to the Hunt family. Hey, what'd the 5 fingers say to the face?
Slap.
You don't have to say that to the Spanos. They slap themselves in the face regularly.
Right.
So
it's not going to cost us any money, right?
What a day it is, man. What a day it is. Broncos country. How are you feeling about the news that we got today? Jaylen Waddle is a Denver Bronco. They finally did something. We poked them at the stick long enough, right? Do something. And they finally have. Jaylen Waddle is a Bronco, the 30th overall pick, and a fourth rounder and a third rounder will be going back to the Denver Broncos. They'll also get a 4th round pick. So you got Jaylen Waddle for 2 draft picks is basically what it is. You shipped 3, but you got 1 back. and a wide receiver that averages almost 1,100 yards a year on 81 catches. I don't know anybody that could be upset about this. We're fired up about it. You tell us your feelings on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. Put your name on your text so we can give you a shout out on the show. And then the same deal over on our YouTube page. Watch the show there. Hit us up on youtube.com/DenverSports. Click that subscribe button while you're there. We'll continue to catch up with you guys on the RamosLaw.com text line. Did want to give a bit of a Nuggets update here in this hour, so we'll start there with the latest on Payton Watson coming up next.
Is there still a mystery ingredient that could hold the Broncos offense back?
Whatever grade or level you had this Broncos offense at last year, do you honestly believe that they're going to make this huge, significant leap and they missed out on that chance because they didn't sign Kenneth Walker or Travis Etienne or Tyler Algier, Rico Dowdle, or any of these guys? You really believe that this is what's going to hold them back?
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
At quarterback, calling the right play could change the whole game. And when your car breaks down, same idea. Make the right call before the big repair bill hits. CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. Plans include 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, and rental car options, all to keep your drive alive. Look, breakdowns happen, but choosing CarShield, that's the easiest call you'll make all day.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225 or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-777-1225.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found tax relief advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax Relief Advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-2578. 800-488-2578. That's 800-488-2578.
Colorado! Zach By here for 5280 Exteriors. Guys, we've had the driest winter in decades, over 50 years in some areas, and that means a higher wildfire risk. Now's the time to protect your home. 5280 Exteriors installs fire-resistant, non-combustible, low-maintenance upgrades built to handle Colorado's extreme weather. Choose James Hardy siding, Timber Tech decking, and Pella Impervia fiberglass windows. Plus, get 60 months no-interest financing. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply STOP to opt out.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn competitive pay for the ride you complete, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 15 years old, a clean driving record, and caregiving experience with children, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text CAR to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text CAR to 323232 right now. Text CAR to 323232 and start earning boosted rates per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's CAR to 323232. Text CAR to 323232 now.
You know what I could really go for right now? Literally anything that comes in a McDonald's carton, wrapper, or bag. Or a McDonald's cup. Yes, any of those items should do it.
And if you could go for a deal, now get free medium fries with the purchase of any hot, juicy Quarter Pounder with cheese or new Big Arch. Just what your cravings ordered. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Catching up with the Tribe on the RamosSaw.com text line, as well as our YouTube page. Hit us up on YouTube. Get to youtube.com, find Denver Sports, subscribe while you're there. That'll help us out a little bit if you're into that. And click that Dover and Cecil stream. You're in just like that. Want to get into a few texts, then want to talk about the latest on Payton Watson. Looking at my guy Denny in Firestone says, Cecil, you think we can still get a good mid-late round running back and tight end? With our still remaining picks, is it even necessary anymore considering we're probably prioritizing the pass game over the run game?
Yeah.
Well, Denny, you're absolutely right that they're going to prioritize pass over run. But, I mean, they're not going to ignore still positions that we know they need.
I still think Jonah Coleman should be your first pick. And obviously
60,
now it's not at 30. Yeah, so you might have to do some maneuvering because he might not be there at the end of the second round, but that should be your first pick. And good news, I gave Mark Schlereth a list of tight ends. I said, here's the top 5, and here's like my sleeper, Tanner Koziol, the kid from Houston.
Oh, yeah.
Stink just watched him last night. He's like, I got to tell you, I love the kid.
Nice.
And, of course, he loves talking about the blocking. I was like, yeah, he's raw, but he's also 6'7", 250.
Yeah.
And that's a day 3 tight end. So can you get a running back? Yes. It should be Jonah Coleman. That should be in the second round, even if you have to move up for Coleman. Can you get a tight end? Even on day 3, he's the last one. He's the last one, but there is one guy that I like, and I always feel good when Stink backs me up because, you know, he's got that experience. He's got those 3 Super Bowl rings. Kind of means something. So
yeah, you might want to hang on to those.
Yeah. Koziol is one of my favorites for day 3. Is like my last tight end. He's a sleeper, to be sure, and Stink likes him as well. So
Okay.
there you go. Some good news.
Love this text from Dave in Pine, Colorado. Dave's getting creative this morning.
Okay.
Payton, Bo, Jaylen, PB&J. I like that, Dave. I like that, Dave.
Oh, man. I'm already hungry. It's not lunch yet.
Good little fun nicknames. I'm telling you, I'm in for a pizza party, dude, if you guys are in. I'm trying to eat better, and I'm willing to throw that all out the window today in honor of Jaylen Waddle.
Drew is off today, but could we call him in Castle Rock and have him bring us lunch? The Broncos just got Jaylen Waddle, Drew. We're celebrating. He loves getting lunch. He could drive from Castle Rock and get us lunch here, right?
I'm sure he'd love to hear us talk about Jaylen Waddle for 4 hours.
Yeah, I think he'll take any sort of break after what the Avs did last night or didn't do. But, yeah, this is awesome. And, hey, if you got some creative haikus about Jaylen Waddle or you want to write a song via AI about Jaylen Waddle, we are here to celebrate the Broncos making this splash blockbuster move.
One of our texters, again, throw your name on here. It's a 970 area code. Put your name on your text. Do they have too many wide receivers? And no ILBs. ILB still an issue, 970, so you're spot on there. Maybe they trade Franklin or Mims now. I don't know that they trade one of those guys. Like I said, I just think it gives them extended runway. So there's not this, Troy Franklin, you better be better than what you were in the first 8 weeks. That 700 yards looks good, but you got to spread it out more. Pat Bryant, stay healthy and get better. More Marvin Mims. I don't know that I'm going to give Marvin that extended runway because we're talking about like year 4 here for a guy like Marvin Mims, but the rest of the guys, I don't want him to go anywhere. I want him to stay on this team, be fully developed so that way in a year or 2, when it's time to say goodbye to Cortland Sutton, it's a plug-and-play process.
Yeah, and I'd say 2 things. If there's anyone that moves into the potential trade market, then that's Cortland Sutton. It's not one of the young guys. Now, don't at me, bro, in case they trade Troy Franklin or whatever,
Sure.
but for me, I see Sutton's numbers not really moving with Waddle. He's going to be 1,000 to 1,100-yard guy. But if we talk about who now positions themselves as a player that could be traded within that wide receiver room, I think it has to be Cortland Sutton at the top. First off, he's the most valuable. So, and then secondly, like his contract isn't overwhelming. Like, Cortland Sutton doesn't have a bad contract. He's got a good deal. So teams can see that as like, hey, we can bring this guy in. He's got some size. Like, that's a conversation. I'm not projecting that to happen. But if we just talk about like, how does the Waddle move impact that room, or who does it make now a potential trade candidate? It'd have to be Cortland Sutton in my eyes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know what I'm thinking about here? Now, this would be, I guess calling it best case scenario would be kind of weird. The Broncos are cooking. The Broncos are even better than they were a year ago. And it's more evidence game in and game out that the offense is the real deal because of Jaylen Waddle. And it'd have to be an NFC contender, and they'd have to really make an offer. They go, hey, we need that wide receiver 1. Maybe somebody goes down. I'm not rooting for that, but then you got him by the short hairs, and you go, oh, you really need Courtland Sutton, huh? Interesting, because we really need a second-round pick. And then you got Courtland on his way out on the back end of his career for a second-round pick. That's all hypothetical and best-case scenario, but it just popped in my head as you were kind of laying out the scenario.
And a second-round pick you can use on Jonah Coleman. If they do that, and yes, I've dreamt about the draft. This is probably
Multiple
not,
times.
Yes, probably not a surprise to anyone. Kev's been in the shower dreaming about Bo Nix. I've dreamt about the draft recently, and I had a dream that me and my man John Davis were doing the draft broadcast, right? And they get Jonah Coleman. Now, that won't be on day one now. They don't have a first-round pick. But they get Jonah Coleman. It's time to take your shirt off, swing it like a helicopter. Mm-hmm.
That doesn't sound too bad right now. Doesn't sound too bad at all. All right, want to take a quick time out to talk some Nuggets. Before we do that, let me remind you, you need to get to DenverSports.com/bracket before the 19th. That's in 2 days. Before the 19th on tip-off of the first game. That's when this contest entry ends. It's our 5K bracket challenge presented by Bryant, Colorado, and Xfinity, and you guessed it. There's a shot at 5K with this. If you can pick the perfect bracket, that 5K could be yours, but you can't win if you don't play, and you get signed up to play at DenverSports.com/bracket. Again, a big shout out to Bryant, Colorado, and Xfinity for putting this thing together. Someone's going to win it. Why not be you? The Nugs are going to take on the Sixers. You said it earlier, Cecil. I'm kind of glad you feel the same way. I don't want the show to be about Joel Embiid. Screw Joel Embiid. He doesn't matter enough anymore for his presence to be talked about when he's playing or his team's playing in the Mile High City.
We ever seen anyone get a fake MVP before?
No. And by the way, you know what he's at now with this game missed? He's at more games in the NBA missed than he has played in the NBA. And that chump has a most valuable player. So I'm actually glad that the rest of the world is now knowing what we've known the entire time, that Duck is nothing but a fake, phony, fraud, tough guy that couldn't fight himself out of a wet paper sack. So it's not a story. He'll never come to Denver because he knows we're going to boo the hell out of him, and he doesn't have the fortitude, mentally or testicularly, to handle that.
I was going to say, he doesn't have the balls.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's testicular fortitude. Like, go to Denver, get booed, go out there and play. Like, you don't want to get booed, go out there and play. Go out there and beat the Denver Nuggets, but he doesn't do that, so whatever. Let's talk about Payton Watson.
Payton Watson, will he be back now? Just to clear it up, he's out tonight. He's the only name on the Nuggets injury report right now, which it's been a laundry list. I'm checking it last night. I'm like,
Wait,
name?
there's one name?
It's Payton Watson.
Oh, okay.
And that's it, but he's not playing tonight. David Adelman gave an update yesterday at practice. And that's not what it sounded like. Let me try this again.
Okay.
I unplugged it, Kev, so it's probably something I did. Nope, that's not what he sounds like either.
Okay.
He basically said, I've been telling you at the end of the week for 3 weeks now. I don't really know the exact timeline of it. It's up to the player and then to his trainers. Those are the words from David Adelman.
Okay.
I sort of thought to myself, and I don't know if I'm saying this and I'm down on Payton for it or understand Payton for it. Payton Watson's in line for a major payday. We all know that, right?
Yes.
I've told you before, the NBA is the league where the majority of the players don't mess with coming back at 90%. It's 100% or I don't play. That's just kind of how the league operates. It's because basketball players aren't tough guys. Basketball players saying that. Here, I get the right to say that. I'm sure Payton Watson has an agent in his ear that's telling him, how healthy are you? You're 98%? Oh, cool. 2 more weeks. Get to that 100%. And I'm sure the Nuggets are going, you're 98%. Come on, man. We're going to clear you if you're ready to go. And I'm sure there's a conversation with Payton and his people and the Nuggets and their people that doesn't necessarily meet in the middle. And like I said, I'm not sure. I'm probably not that upset about Payton Watson and that decision. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that he's in and is going to get a major payday because of it. I put myself in the kid's shoes. I honestly might do the same thing, and maybe you call me a bad team player because of that. But you call me a bad team player while I'm counting my payday next year.
Yeah, and sitting on a pile of money like the Joker. So, like, that's what you're looking at if you're Payton Watson. And, yeah, it's a conversation, but it's smart. Kind of sucks for the Nuggets if he is 98% healthy and they're waiting for him to be 100%. But for him, it's what you got to do, man. It's what you have to do because of the amount of money that you are about to make that only Zach Bye could foresee when he said, Payton Watson could be a $100 million guy, and all of us rolled our eyes. Well, now, was Watson cutting ZB in on the deal?
He did say he's a $100 million man.
Okay, I was going to say, if I'm Zach, I mean, I created Feed Phil, the hashtag Feed Phil. So I'm like,
that's right.
I need Lindsay to kick down a little scratch over here.
At least give you some of those cool hats he's always wearing.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Except the upside down ones. I can't wear that. I'm old.
Oh, that's true. He's 30 something. I don't know how old Phil is actually. I'm assuming he's 30 something. I don't know what his age.
He's not 30 yet, is he?
I don't know.
Okay.
He's not 30? You're old enough to be his father.
Running back.
You could be Phil Lindsay's father. Your guys' age discrepancy. He's 31. Kevin.
He's 31. Yeah, I could still be his father.
How old is Liam?
Oh boy, 26.
Okay, all right.
Gonna be 27 this year. So
shout out to him. All right, good conversation. Watson not back tonight, but again, Adelman, he gave us the update that he gave us 2 weeks ago. He gave it to us again yesterday. We'll see what it looks like. End of the week is best case scenario for Payton Watson returning to the Denver Nuggets. All right, let's get back to a conversation about these Denver Broncos. They added to the tight end room. Are they definitely done now? Have they done enough to check all of our off-season boxes after a week of no free agents, but the biggest splash of the trade world since free agency has opened? Is this enough for all of us to believe again? We'll answer that next.
Names that rhyme, takes that hit different. Shapiro and Piro is happy hour sports talk built for the modern fan. Local stories, hidden gems, and the mustache monologues you never knew you needed. Weekdays at 3 p.m. on the Denver Sports 1043 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe now at Denver Sports 1043 and get in on the action. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
Low testosterone can be a real problem for many men. It causes poor sleep patterns, decreased energy, low sex drive, and it makes it really hard to stay in shape. And as we all know, a healthy body is very important to our overall health and well-being. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if some or all of these symptoms sound like you, we can likely help you be done with low T. We can also help you lose weight, support your metabolism, improve your gains in the gym, and more with our new targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more. Our low T protocols, applied in conjunction with our body composition plans, will help most men see real improvements, true weight loss, higher energy, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and a renewed sex drive as well. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the same day, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR. AdvancedHair.com.
Jacob's Law and 303 Law 4040. I want to tell you about one of the cases I'm most proud of. And it's not because the number is eye-popping, although it is. It's because the clients trusted us to get them justice, and we delivered for them. Our clients were a wonderful couple, weren't looking to get rich. In fact, they kept saying, Dan, we're not looking to set any records here. But they were seriously injured, and despite promising to take care of them, when it came time to do the right thing, the insurance companies played hardball. We set it for trial and wound up getting $8.5 million. Plus, my lovely wife, Kimberly, was able to get all of their medical bills wiped out, putting hundreds of thousands of extra dollars in the clients' pockets. We were proud to help because our clients were good-hearted people who deserved justice. We hope you never need us, but if you do, we are here to help at 303-LAW-4040, where you always get to meet directly with me and my lovely wife, Kimberly. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303-LAW-4040.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it stops working. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. There's never a good time for your garage door to break, whether you're rushing to work or you're trying to get the kids to school. We know how much you rely on your garage door. That's why we offer same-day repairs, because life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Over 90,000 five-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage door is what we do, but making your life easier and your home safer is why we do it. Families trust us because we deliver, and we'd be honored to earn your trust too. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
It's time to upgrade your arsenal with the Shields Field and Range Sale Event. Save on your favorite brands in ammo, firearms, optics, and more. You'll have to hurry, though. This sale only runs through March 22nd. Plus, with your Shields Visa, you'll earn an extra 10 points for every $1 spent on Vortex products at Shields, which means you'll earn even more My Rewards gift cards. Visit Shields or Shields.com and save now through March 22nd.
Running a business is hard enough. Odoo makes it easier with one simple, all-in-one platform. Start today at odoo.com. ODOO.com.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Wednesday night on ESPN Denver 1600. CSU basketball faces St. Joseph starting at 8:30.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, always seeing some good stuff from the Tribe on the RamosLaw.com text line. Again, hit us up there with your name on the end of your text at 303-713-1043. That's the RamosLaw.com text line. The YouTube page is always open. You can watch the show there. You can comment. You can give us your thoughts on the Waddle news. That's never going to get old. You can hit us up there. Cecil's monitoring the YouTube page. I'm over here on the RamosLaw.com text line as well. Cecil, I think it was the YouTube page. You said you got a solid question from somebody. We were talking about year one expectations and what Jaylen looks like immediately.
Yeah.
Plug and play player, come in here, make a major impact in year one.
Right.
That's how I feel. I think that's how you feel. But this is a fair question. Is there any sort of learning curve that we should give some grace to a guy like Jaylen Waddle? Maybe that's that first 4 or 5 weeks that we always talk about of teams figuring themselves out.
Sure.
A guy figuring out what the offense looks like in a real game rather than training camp and preseason. Is there any sort of learning curve that we should be willing to eat, accept, and not be all over Jaylen if it starts slow?
Okay, should there be a learning curve when you're going to be the centerpiece of the offense? Isn't that what they're signaling right now?
Yeah.
With this move for Jaylen Waddle on a team that doesn't run the ball and seems like they don't care to run the ball, isn't Jaylen Waddle now the featured piece of your offense? So is there a learning curve? Should there be a learning curve when like every play is designed for you?
Yeah.
So I get the question. I think it's fascinating. Like, will we see a learning curve for Jaylen Waddle? My mind goes, yeah, probably. I think it's logical to say there should be a learning curve. You're learning a new system, all those sorts of things. Sean Payton's system is there's a lot of linguistic, it's very language-based, like a lot of heavy language to it. You've seen the play calls that he calls that are a million lines long, right? That Drew Brees would always talk about. So Jaylen Waddle's going to have to learn that piece. But I will ask you or answer your question by asking you a question. How's the learning curve go when you're the target? You're the number one guy. How's that learning curve go when every play is designed to go to you?
And it's catered to you.
Exactly. So, like, learning curve, yes, makes sense. But how much when you're the number one asset for this offense now? They just got the centerpiece of their offense today. This is a huge move.
Yeah, I guess it's not there's some learning to do, but honestly, the familiarity with guys like Cortland Sutton, now you're that second read, you're that second progression. I think there's a small learning curve for everybody because you're kind of getting, not even kind of, you are getting pushed down the order, getting pushed down on the pecking order. So I would look at it as, this is also a guy that's a professional athlete. I mean, he came into the NFL and boom, was making an impact. His first 3 years in the league were north of 1,000 yards. So the learning curve, I understand. Maybe for this guy, it's not as steep. Let's give him the first 4 weeks of the season, like we give everybody else. Let's give him the first 5 weeks of the season, like we give everybody else, because it's real games. It's in a new system. It's with new players. The new language, I think, goes a lot longer than people would say. As far as him being comfortable, just understanding the language, I'm going to go that. I'm going to go the 4 or 5 weeks that I give everybody in a new season because it takes time to figure out who you are every single year.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, how long does that take for you to implement this for this new asset for the Broncos? I think they're going to want to debut it very quickly. I think Davis Webb is going to want to show off his new toy. What do they always say, pet cat or whatever? Like,
yeah, such a weird term.
You get a new pet cat now? You got a bunch of you an old cat lady? Is that who you are? Well, either way, you get to go out there and show off Jaylen Waddle. I think they'll do it right away. So we'll give him a curve. You know, if he doesn't have a 100-yard game in the first month of the season, I'm not going to lose my mind. But if he has 150 yards in his first week and 2 touchdowns, I wouldn't be surprised. Did I just make a mile-high moment?
Oh, you did
on
it
March
in March
17th.
Wow.
March 17th on St. Patty's Day, I have made my mile-high moment for week 1 is that Jaylen Waddle gets 150 yards and 2 touchdowns.
This is another thing that you've called for. Our guy Stokes from St. Louis, Missouri. He writes, Bo Nix just jumped to 5,000 yards passing. Let's bleep and go, boys.
I love it.
Remember the number you talked about? We said,
love it.
Yeah, all right, 4,000, 45, the elite or elusive 5,000 that's out there and achievable. Now you got a guy that can give you 1,000. You got a couple thousand already in the books here by Jaylen and Cortland, who they are. Now can you get that other 2,500 between Marvin, between Troy, between Pat Bryant, and your group of tight ends if they do anything?
Isn't the answer yes?
Sure feels like
I mean,
yes.
if we just go off the top of our heads, like that's really not that much of a number. And last year, what was the tight end number? Like 700-800 yards?
719.
Okay, so as combined as a group, there's 700-plus yards. It's probably going to be more robust as a group. You probably push for 1,000 yards there. Now we're down to 1,500 for Pat Bryant, Troy Franklin, Marvin Mims. Yeah, those guys could easily do that.
I'm doing quick math, and I'd have to get the exact number, but it's around 2,000 between tight ends, Mims, Franklin, Bryant. It's around 2,000 for that group a year ago when they weren't very good.
Yeah, so aren't we like kind of at that number?
Yeah, feels like it.
Wow.
Feels like it's right there.
Wow, exciting.
I mentioned we had some exclusive audio. We had a moped moment, as you called it. I love that term. Of George totally redeem himself. We have a little behind the scenes. I don't think you're going to get this anywhere else in the market. Schefter doesn't even have this information. Eat your heart out, Adam. A behind the scenes audio look as to what this trade conversation looked like at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit.
Got room for one more if you still want to go to Aspen.
Where did you find that?
Some kid back in town traded the van for it, straight up. I can get 70 miles to the gallon on this hog.
Yeah.
You know, Lloyd, just when I think you couldn't possibly be any dumber, you go and do something like this. And totally redeem yourself!
Still want to go to Aspen? Oh, yeah! Okay, let's go, buddy!
Yeah.
That's how it went down this morning.
Let's go, buddy. Yeah, I hope they had a high five that they missed.
Yeah, they just miss it
right.
completely.
They missed the high five. I think they did that. I think this is awesome for the Denver Broncos. I think exactly what this team needed to set the course right. Offensively, what do you want to be? What do you want to be? Clearly, they want to be dominant through the air, and now with Jaylen Waddle out there, they can do that. I've seen this on Twitter, actually responded to it. Because our guy Andrew Mason was talking, and we'll talk more on Orange and Blue today about like the Michael Pittman. The Steelers got Michael Pittman's not as good as Jaylen Waddle.
No, not even close.
Okay, because I was asked by Darren on Twitter about
What's up, Darren?
Hey, Mace makes a good point here. Did the Broncos overpay? They didn't flipping overpay. Michael Pittman is not as good as Jaylen Waddle, period. When something is better, you're going to pay a higher price. I don't really care what the Steelers gave up for Michael Pittman because Michael Pittman and DK Metcalf are not the combination that Courtland Sutton and Jaylen Waddle are. So I merely look at it, and I'm not mad at Darren. I'm not mad at Mace for putting out just the data of, like, this is what they gave up. You had to pay up for Jaylen Waddle. Obviously, you've been working on this for months now. You were interested at the trade deadline. The deal probably looked different at the trade deadline than it does now.
Of course.
But you just got Jaylen Waddle. You had to pay the right price. They did not overpay.
Dude, there are 6 wide receivers in the NFL making north of $30 million. One at 40, and we know that's Jamar Chase. But 2 of the 6 is Brandon Ayuk and DK Metcalf. The Broncos are going to pay $23 for Jaylen Waddle. You want to talk about overpaying? That's what DK Metcalf and Brandon Ayuk are, not Jaylen Waddle. Now, what's the next contract look like if he succeeds in Denver? I don't know, and it's certainly going to be a pretty penny. But if he succeeds, we're talking about a Super Bowl victory, and then everybody gets paid, and everybody is happy. I think it's absolutely wild to think that there's an overpay here. I could not disagree with you anymore if you think that this was an overpay. What were you wanting? Did you know we did last week?
Yeah.
And then this happens today, and you're still going to cry about it? What are we doing here?
Right. You can't ride 2 horses, one ass sugar plum. You can't be upset that this team didn't do anything in free agency except Lil Jordan Humphrey and a bunch of their own guys, and then be mad when they do something. They didn't get John Schneidered in this deal. They've been John Schneidered before. John Schneider will do that to you.
Yeah.
They did not do that this time. By the way, my head is hurting right now.
Why?
Because I just read a Sean Payton play. As the quarterback who couldn't remember plays like pop, pass out.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, Coach Hodson. Here's a Sean Payton play for the learning curve. 13Z, Debris, Henderson, Chris Ivory, Green, right, nasty, ZPL, fake, S37, Buster, Bluff, naked, right, X, post, Y. That's a play call.
That's too much. That's too much.
Somewhere Mark Schlereth, it moved.
Yeah.
He's like, I know exactly what that play is. By the way, I even messed that up. I'm reading it verbatim, and I messed it up because it's SL37 Buster. Not S37 Buster.
Okay.
So I couldn't even read it.
And seeing you just had Jaylen Waddle run the wrong route just because of that right there.
Just do pop pass out, coach.
You get open, you go to the car, and you turn around, I'll throw it to you, dude. That's kind of where I'm at.
Put your hands up. I'll get you the ball.
All right, let's check our X. What's on the Twitter timeline that you need to know about? I actually have a couple of interesting tweets. These. Are you a candle guy? Like you got candles in the crib?
Yeah.
I do too. I like a good candle. Wondered if you'll like this candle that is now made available to the public. I'll share the details with you next.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue today. The most passionate, intelligent, and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly, near and far, without any glasses, thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cudarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you and RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at coloradorle.com. Cudarelli Vision, RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. coloradorle.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply STOP to opt out.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn competitive pay for the ride you complete, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 15 years old, a clean driving record, and caregiving experience with children, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text CAR to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text CAR to 323232 right now. Text CAR to 323232 and start earning boosted rates per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's CAR to 323232. Text CAR to 323232 now.
If you're in love, you're invited to Williams Jewelers Bridal Fest with our special guest, Takori, March 17th through Saturday, March 21st. I'm Michelle.
And I'm Bruce Williams. Come see the latest from Takori and the best diamond prices of the season.
Shop over 500 of the latest Takori engagement rings and wedding band styles, fresh from California.
Plus, listen to this. 3/4 carat diamonds from just $26.95.
Gorgeous 1 carats from just $39.95.
And natural 2 carat diamonds from an amazing $13,995. Guys, during Bridal Fest, qualified buyers can get 12 months financing interest-free.
Plus, when you spend $5,000 or more during Bridal Fest, you'll receive a Yeti cooler as our gift.
So join us for Williams Jewelers Bridal Fest with our special guest, Takori.
March 17th through Saturday, March 21st at Williams Jewelers.
Your official Takori store.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex.
Twitter, unfollow.
Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
What is on our Twitter timeline, Cecil? I got a couple. I got that candle question for you.
Okay.
But before we get into that.
Lots of Jaylen Waddle?
More Jaylen Waddle because it's just always awesome. I was watching the Avs game like we all were last night. I'm checking it out on ESPN. Eric Johnson, part of the broadcast booth. It's always cool to see EJ when he doesn't want to beat me up for ripping on Minnesota. I like what he has to say. And they go down and interview Erik Karlsson, the defenseman. And EJ's a defenseman. He's asking him about bringing Nate in. And the audio cut out. And I just thought, I'm like, oh, man, stupid Comcast ruining my moment. I wanted to hear that interview. And then I go to Twitter, and I'm like, oh, they dumped it because he said a swear word. So we've also bleeped it. But the question from EJ is, hey, Eric, what's on the mind when you see Nathan MacKinnon coming at you?
What's it like playing against the best player in the world, Nathan MacKinnon, arguably one of them? You're one of the best defensemen for a long time. What's going through your head when you're seeing 29 coming at you?
Oh, here we go.
Thanks for your time.
See ya, buddy, as he's skating away. Oh, bleep, here we go.
Yeah.
See ya, buddy.
Yeah.
That's the response. And I think that's about the right. Who was it? Was it the Vegas guy a few years ago? Oh, boy.
Oh,
when
boy.
he was mic'd up and Nate was coming at him.
Yeah.
I think that's just the default response of, oh, crap, I'm in trouble.
Yeah, I'm in trouble, and we'll see what happens after that. But I think that's kind of the response, the emote, that a lot of people would have with number 29 skating right at him.
All right, I got one more before your timeline. Yeah, we're definitely keeping that forever. That thing rips, dude. I asked if you're a candle guy. Now I'm a candle guy, too,
Yeah.
right? A little rosemary, a little patchouli, right? Get some odors out of the air when you're having guests over. McDonald's is now going to sell limited edition 6-pack of candles that smell like quarter pounder ingredients. You get yourself a ketchup candle.
Okay.
You get yourself a pickle candle.
Yeah.
A cheese candle.
Sure.
An onion candle. I don't know who would want that. And a beef candle.
Beef.
That's like real man stuff, right? Well, your room smells like beef. I'm like, yeah, you bet your ass it does.
Yours doesn't.
Yeah, exactly. Are you interested in a ketchup, pickle, cheese, onion, or beef candle for a limited time from McDonald's?
The answer would be no. And then my question becomes, is the CEO going to do some sort of like, looks like you fart in a jar and spelled it type thing? Because he didn't, what is it, the Mick Arch or whatever?
Yeah.
They did this before with the Mick DLT in the 80s.
Oh, really?
Where like a hot side hot and a cold side cold, and you keep them separate, and then you put them together, and you eat delicious whatever it is, because it's not food, allegedly, or whatever I have to say. So it's like the McDonald's CEO had tried the Mick Arch burger, and
a King Burger guy destroyed him.
Yeah, I know, and everyone's been destroying him. Wendy's destroys everybody on Twitter. But
they're great on Twitter.
He looked so uncomfortable eating that, I'm using air quotes, burger, that everyone made fun of him. So I'm like, okay, is homeboy going to have these candles? We're going to get a little response.
Yeah.
Like, now I just want to see the McDonald's CEO be uncomfortable with his own product.
If you had to have a food can, I mean, I'm going Taco Bell. Give me that bean burrito, hold the onions, add sour cream, get rid of the red sauce, add the green sauce.
Well, you know what mine would be.
Pancakes?
Mm-hmm. Get a
That's
syrup,
actually a really
syrup
good
candle,
smell, too,
pancakes candle. Yes.
Kev, what's your food candle? What's like, you wouldn't mind your house smelling like this food forever?
Gosh, probably chocolate fudge ice cream from Andy's.
This dude's obsessed with Andy's.
Dude,
and I love it,
this ice cream place is so good.
It's so good.
The girlfriend won't let me go, though.
I know. We're going on Friday again. I already got it built into the Friday schedule.
See, you got it built in the schedule. I'm just going to, you know what? I'm going to go today and not even say nothing.
That's the play. There is some times where, she might be listening. I'm going to blow up my spot here. Eat it before I even get home, 'cause she's going to yell at me for eating too much ice cream.
See, they got the Shamrock Shakes back.
Oh, that's right.
Ooh, I know what I'm doing today.
I'm stopping on the way home today. All right, Cease, what's on your timeline?
Oh, boy.
I hope I just didn't blow up my spot.
Jaylen Waddle's rank the last 5 years out of 72 wide receivers with 150-plus receptions. Number 3 in first down rate.
Wow.
Full stop.
Wow.
I don't even need to tell you the rest of the numbers. These are from Warren Sharp, by the way. I think I shared it with you guys on Twitter, so make sure to follow along. But first down rate, number 3 in the league out of 72 receivers with 150-plus receptions over the last 5 years. Number 3 in the league in first down rate. You've got a guy's
46% of his passes are first downs.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. So you've got a guy that's going to move the chains. You want to keep those drives going. You actually want to run the ball? Because isn't that Sean's excuse of like, well, I mean, we were going to, but then we just kept going 3 and out. How many? Kev will need these numbers probably tomorrow. What was their 3 and out rate? Because I think it was pretty high. Your 3 and out rate now is lower, potentially much lower, because you have a Jaylen Waddle. So again, you can be a negative Nelly out there. I'm not going to tell you how to fan. But I'm also going to tell you, when you have that opinion on Jaylen Waddle, you didn't watch Jaylen Waddle. You don't know Jaylen Waddle's game.
That's right.
If you're sitting there talking about, oh, well, he only had this, Tyreek Hill was there. Tua Tagovailoa was his quarterback. He had a terrible quarterback, and he had Tyreek Hill there, on the roster as well.
Who, if you don't throw him the ball, he's going to let you know you're not throwing him the ball, puts more pressure on that offense.
Exactly. So, for me, have we seen the best of Jaylen Waddle? The answer is no.
No.
And what we've seen from Jaylen Waddle has been absolutely outstanding.
I mean, the average per catch, the 46% of his catches go for a first down, averaging 13 yards a catch in the NFL career. It's just unbelievable who this guy is and what he'll bring to the table.
Do you love dumb comedies? We just played the Dumb and Dumber thing for Sean and George. Probably Super Bad was one of the last great ones. I don't know if this is real because there's so many AI like trailers of everything.
Oh, is this what you sent today?
Bus Boys?
It's real.
Bus Boys is real?
Theo's been talking about it for quite a while. He had David Spade on his podcast after filming was done, and they talked about kind of hinting at what this was going to be.
Yes. So it's Theo Vaughn, and it's David Spade wearing a wig because he's not that young, and it's Bus Boys. It's a new like dumb comedy. I think as men, we just kind of need that.
Dude, as men and as I think you and I aren't exclusive to this. I think everybody just runs and runs and runs, and the brain goes and the brain goes. This is the perfect, and you do whatever you do, but for me, hit the garage, come back, plant my ass
Shut
on
off
the
my brain.
couch with candy and snacks all around me and just lock in for 2 hours and just giggle like a schoolboy about dumb jokes.
I thought you were going to say, instead of candies, I thought you were going to say, and candles surrounding me.
Beef candles everywhere. But no, candy. Give me some Sour Patch Kids. Give me some Twin Snakes. Give me maybe like an orange cream poppy. And leave me alone. Let me watch Bus Boys.
If you're not a candles guy, I bet you're a big incense guy.
Yeah.
It's always the tell, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. The patchouli. If I walk in your house and it smells like patchouli, I'm like, where the party at, boy? We're the same.
Either somebody's throwing a party or somebody needs to do their shirt laundry.
That's exactly right. All right. I'm in for it. It's going to theaters, though, too, right?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Like, they're both kind of Netflix dudes. I'm like, oh, this is just straight to Netflix so everybody can consume it. But they want to test their hand in the theaters.
And maybe it's just me as an A-list member, but like we need to get back to the theater experience. It's just better.
Yeah.
And I have a nice home theater. Theater's better, obviously.
Theater is better. Picture, sound.
The only one who had it better than the theater was Orlando, just because Orlando has everything that's awesome.
So he has a full-on own basic theater in the house?
Yeah, basically a movie theater in his house. So I guess that's the theater experience. It's just he has a movie theater in his house.
I told you before, I have a buddy that owns multiple theaters down in Colorado Springs. If we want to make the trip, and he's done this, he'll shut it down, and we can watch whatever we want in there.
Could we play PUBG?
I bet we could.
Whoa.
During the pandemic, we did a lot of things on that screen. A lot, dude.
Yeah. Just thinking about Orlando's house. You know how embarrassed I was to drive my little Ford Focus commuter car in the same neighborhood where Nikola Jokic lives?
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, yeah, Orlando, I'm going to bring down your property value by parking outside your house.
He's like, hey, park on the outside of the gate. My golf cart guy will come and get you.
Right.
All right, that's what's on our Twitter timeline. Having some fun, checking our X every day at 11:45. Story of the day, though, it is Jaylen Waddle. His addition to the Denver Broncos means what for 2026? We'll answer that next.
They were late to the party, but the Broncos finally made their first big move of the offseason, trading for Dolphins wide receiver Jaylen Waddle. With a new star in the wide receiver room, does Bo Nix have the right weapons around him to make another Super Bowl run? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. For over a decade, Bluebird Windows and Doors has been servicing the Front Range with products built to withstand Colorado's unpredictable weather. Bluebird's Sunrise Collection windows are built to last a lifetime and are backed by strong warranties. Buy one window and get one 50% off through March 31st. And mention you heard about Bluebird from me, Mike Evans. You'll save an additional 5%. Enjoy the outdoors through energy-efficient Bluebird windows. Visit gobluebirdco.com. Bluebird Windows and Doors. Make today a Bluebird day.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With a center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
He got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a... let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13, and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission, no cash access, and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040, the husband and wife law firm where you don't get passed around to a law clerk or some call center overseas. You always get to meet directly with me and my lovely wife, Kimberly. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040.
Sex, intimacy, love. These three things are critical to a good relationship. And that's the problem with erectile dysfunction. It often destroys sexual enjoyment and intimacy. It stresses the love between partners, often to the breaking point. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're suffering with ED, you likely know exactly what I'm talking about. But I also want you to know that ED doesn't have to impact your relationship anymore. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts with our focus on men's sexual health. We've treated tens of thousands of men and have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. I promise you, if you're like most guys, you can get your sex life back, perhaps even performing like you haven't in years. So if ED is affecting you, it's time to get back to better sex, better intimacy, and deeper love. Call us. Just $99 gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health.
Score big. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Wednesday night on ESPN Denver 1600. CSU basketball faces St. Joseph starting at 8:30.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it?
Yes, you can. On the move is Waddle. Tua. Waddle to the pylon. Touchdown!
Tua fires in the end zone. Catch at the goal line. Jaylen Waddle has a Dolphin touchdown.
Back in the end zone. It is caught. Waddle. Touchdown.
Over the middle. Got his man. And look at him go. Jaylen Waddle for the touchdown.
I don't know what I like more, the Waddle with it or look at him go, Jaylen Waddle for the touchdown. That's the big news of the day here in the Mile High City. Dover and Cecil rocking with you 10-2. That's what we do, and we appreciate you being a part of the tribe, hanging with us every day from 10-2 with the big news that is Jaylen Waddle to the Denver Broncos. Physical coming tomorrow, and then we'll get this official from the team itself. But to learn a little bit more about the trade, to talk about what the player is and what they bring to the Mile High City, we go to Miami. We bring in our buddy Cam Wolf, who covers the NFL, part of the NFL Network, and gracious to give us a few minutes of his time. Cam, we want to just jump right into this, man. It's huge news. You know the story. It was, come on, please do something for a full week. Nothing was done, and then they add a star, an offensive weapon that is Jaylen Waddle. What are the Denver Broncos getting in this dude, a true wide receiver number one?
Yeah, he's a true star. I think there is a true impact yak receiver is the most immediate thing that Broncos fans are going to realize. I'd say he's probably one of the best 5 receivers yards after catching football. Elite speed, has got really good as a route runner the last few years. As a personality, he's a little bit more reserved, and I think at times he took a back seat to Tyreek. But on the field, he could be every bit of the number one that they traded him to be. The Dolphins loved him. That's why they traded up to go draft him. His speed has been a special asset, but I think the biggest thing for him in his 5 years in Miami is how he's evolved to being a complete receiver. And I love the compliment with Cortland Sutton because Jaylen's not the biggest guy. He's not going to be your guy that goes over the middle, that catches a tough one on third and 8, but he's the guy that can take that 3-yard screen that Sean Payton loves to throw and take it, 70 yards. So I think that's what the Broncos were missing, that game-changing impact player. And I think Waddle will be that. He's been very consistent in Miami. 1,000-yard receiver pretty much every year. He stayed healthy there. And he just didn't fit the timeline for what Miami's going through in a multi-year rebuild, but Denver's the big beneficiary of it.
Yeah, Denver gets a huge playmaker. And, Cam, I've always asked the question, like, have we seen the best of blank? And I'm not saying Miami held him back or Tua held him back, but have we seen the best of Jaylen Waddle? Is there just more here for this young man to be more than, a 1,000-yard guy? Could he be like a 1,500-yard guy?
No, I don't think we've seen the best of Jaylen Waddle, because if you think about this, the only year he was truly the number one the whole year was his rookie year.
Right.
And that was essentially the first year they were trying to be competitive in the Tua, Brian Flores era. And so since then, it's been taking a backseat to Tyreek, and everything has been functioning off of Tyreek. Tyreek's been the motion guy. Tyreek's been the guy that got, the 15 targets a game. And so now you go to Denver, where he finally can be the true number one with an offense that's ready to compete. I wouldn't be shocked if he's a 1,500-yard receiver the rest of his prime in Denver. I think he has that sort of talent. I think he has that sort of playmaking ability. It kind of reminds me of when Tennessee traded A.J. Brown to Philadelphia. A.J. Brown was a pretty good receiver in Tennessee. He was a 1,000-yard guy consistently, but it wasn't until he got to Philadelphia that he became this 1,500-plus yard receiver that he was at in Philadelphia most of the time. And I see that same type of potential for Jaylen Waddle.
Talking with our buddy Cam Wolf from the NFL Network. And Cam, I want to ask you about the middle of the field, something that we were screaming at these microphones last year for the Broncos to utilize and just never really had it. No tight end talent there to do so. But learning that 40% of Jaylen's catches came in the middle of the field last year, is that somewhere where he just absolutely dominates, understanding pre-snap what the defense is giving him?
Absolutely, and you got to understand how he wins over the middle of the field. I talked about it a little earlier. He's not you go make a curl in the middle of the field and stop. He's the guy you run a slant, you run a post, and he catches it in the middle of the field, and he's zooming up the sideline. So they were very creative, Mike McDaniel and that Dolphins team, and being able to get him as the second target, being able to get him in the middle of the field, and when Tua played on time, they were able to get him in stride, and that's when Jaylen really took off as a playmaker, the intermediate routes. Because I think so often people think of his speed, and you think he's just a go route guy. That's not where Jaylen had most of his success. It's those intermediate to deep routes where he could use his speed and full speed over the middle of the field. So I definitely think you'll see Denver be able to attack there a lot more. And then, like I said, he's also a guy that you could put on a reverse, put on a screen, and still make him see him have impact plays. I watched him closely the last 2 years. When he first got in the league, he wasn't a super polished route runner. He's really honed that element of his game where he can beat cornerbacks off the line of scrimmage just with his moves and not always just with his speed.
Cam, we certainly appreciate your time. And my final question for you is just about the personality that you mentioned with Jaylen. And Cortland Sutton. How do those two work together? As Jaylen should be the number one. It means Cortland's the number two. Personality meshing. How does that mesh here in Denver now?
Yeah, I'll tell you this. You're not going to have a diva in Jaylen Waddle. Jaylen's not going to be the guy that stands on the podium and said, I didn't get enough targets. That's just not his DNA. But he is a dog as a competitor. You'll see it in practice. He's a trash talker, and I can't wait to see him after saying, they know each other from Bama. They're good boys. There's a viral clip that went a couple days ago saying he would beat up Surtain. That's all in good fun. That's one of Waddle's closest friends in the world. And I know from seeing him in Miami, he'll talk. He will talk trash. You'll see him talk in practice, and then you'll wonder, why doesn't he talk the same way to us in the media? Because he won't. He won't give you the soundbite in the media, but he's certainly going to be amped up and ready to go. And I'll share this with you guys because it's my favorite story I did at NFL Network. He's got such a kind heart. He developed a really good relationship with a leukemia patient here in South Florida, to where he would talk to him on FaceTime all the time. And he's got this really good the Penguin thing that became really popular in Miami. And I'm curious to see if he brings it to Denver. So he did this celebration, and the kid loved it. He was able to reach out with his family. Waddle met him a few times, and he gave him a band. And it created this really cool relationship. And then when the kid was able to beat cancer, they were able to get him tickets to the Super Bowl, and they continue to have that relationship with Rocco's the kid's name and the Sorrow family. And so I got to see a different side of Jaylen telling that story of just his heart, how much time he's spending caring in the community. And so you guys got a really good dude beyond just, the impact football player.
I mean, not a diva. Sounds like a role model, a legit offensive weapon. Last one for you, Cam. Does this keep the Broncos? We've been calling it on the doorstep of the Super Bowl, right here in their window of contention. This keeps the Broncos in that and in the running with the Bills of the world, right?
Absolutely. That was the biggest question I have, and I'm not saying it's all solved. There's still question marks, but that was the biggest question mark. Do they have enough on offense, even with Bo Nix coming back, to be able to scare teams, to be able to compete with teams? And what's going to be a more competitive AFC? Let's keep it 100. They got a down year in the AFC where, Mahomes, Lamar, and Burrow are all out of the playoffs. Can you compete with those high-end quarterbacks with your offense and not just only your defense? And I think Waddle gives you a chance to say, hey, every single game we've got somebody that defenses are scared of and have to account for, and that's what makes it a difference caller. So, I think they can go mano a mano with Kansas City and the rest of the AFC once again with this move. And I'm eager to see what happens next in the next few days and weeks for them to supplement. I know they've been working on this for a week, and you mentioned it at the top. I know Broncos fans were a little frustrated. Why is free agency quiet? I think that this move was something they were building towards, and they didn't want to mess up their cap or their money before they got this done.
Well, it's a big day in Denver, as you know. You know the city, Cam. We're fired up. This team, the city, goes as the Broncos go. So it's a huge day, man. Big shout out and a thank you to you, Cam. I know today's crazy for you. Thanks for squeezing us in a hectic schedule, man. Appreciate you.
Absolutely, fellas. All right, now, appreciate you.
There he is, Cameron Wolfe right there of the NFL Network, live from South Florida, giving us his take on the trade that went down today. Love that we can get him on and get his insight on this. I mean, tons to react to. Top 5 in yards after catch, something you've talked about, and Cameron saying, hey, he can be better than that, than what is a top 5 after that. And then even before we get into the on-the-field stuff or deeper into it, like I told him, not a diva, a true role model type, doing what he's doing with kids at the Children's Hospital there in Miami, and can, a little ball buster in the locker room, but doesn't give the bulletin board material that sometimes that attitude comes with.
Right.
Because he can be this guy with his teammates and then be this guy with us knuckleheads in the media.
Yeah, and I just think of a couple of things. One, him talking trash out there with Pat Surtain.
Oh,
we are about ready to see your popcorn moment in training camp. And I'm like, oh, my God, training camp's going to be off the chain, as the big fella would say, because, my God, you get to see Surtain and Waddle go one-on-one, mano-a-mano in training camp. That's going to be fun, and iron sharpens iron. That's a great, great thing to have for the Broncos, to have those two competitors out there making each other better. So he's going to talk a little junk, and then, we'll see how his coaches like that, and we'll see how the other defenders like that. We'll see what Riley Moss thinks of that. Like, I just love. I wonder what Johnny Morton's going to think when he starts talking a little trash. See if Johnny Moe will yell at him like he yells at Marvin Mims, because Marvin will yell back. Jaylen Waddle might do the same thing and maybe talk a little junk. So I love that, and I love the fact that there's no diva here, that he can come in and fit with Court. And that's the great thing about Cam in this situation, because he's down there in Florida. He's familiar with the Dolphins, covers the entire league. And then also he knows the Broncos because he was here with Court. So he knows how that mesh is going to go. Those personalities will mesh, and it won't be a problem. And it won't be a problem for Court either. Court's essentially replaced as the number 1 receiver right now. But he's not going to have a problem with that.
What do you think Cortland's going? Man, I just got replaced?
Yeah.
Or we just got our Super Bowl window extended.
Exactly. I just got someone that's going to take coverage away from me.
Yeah.
I just got someone.
You know what he just got?
Yeah.
Open. He just got open. That's what Cortland got.
Yeah, thank you, Jaylen Waddle, for getting Cortland Sutton open. And Bo Nix's favorite target is the open guy. And now it's going to be Jaylen Waddle, Cortland Sutton, a thing of beauty out there when the Broncos go back to pass.
By the way, I love the reference that Cam Wolf just made to us about the A.J. Brown, the question there about, like, hey, that 1,500-yard number that you and I talked about.
Yeah.
Cease, look at what – now in Tennessee, A.J. Brown was a stud. That's why he was so attractive. Like, get him out of there. They're not going anywhere. Bring him to Philadelphia. Then they ultimately win a Super Bowl. But first 2 years post-Tennessee. So the 2 years that Jaylen Waddle is on a contract for the Denver Broncos before they would have to pay up again. Year one in Philadelphia after leaving Tennessee, 88 catches, 1,496 yards, 11 touchdowns for AJ. The second year, 106 catches, 1,456 yards, 7 touchdowns. In his first 2 seasons, he flirts with 3,000 yards receiving, and catches 18 touchdowns in 2 seasons. That's the impact that NFL Network reporter Cam Wolf thinks that Jaylen Waddle can make in his first 2 seasons with the Denver Broncos.
That is outstanding for this team because now you're electric. Now you're capable. And you know what the best thing is? Besides seeing our guy Shopalicious there.
What's up, Jake?
The best thing is now if you look at the Denver Broncos and you're like, oh, in the first round, they're not going to get barrened. You're not going to get chubbed because there's nobody that's going to fall to 30 that you're like, oh, we just got to take this safety even though we have running back needs and tight end needs and inside linebacker needs still. This team, they punted on the first round, and I love it because you're not going to get a Jaylen Waddle in this draft class. And they're kind of punting. Luke Evans, I think, or maybe it was Parker Gabriel had this as well. They're kind of punting on 26, and they've got 10 picks in 27.
Wow.
27 is a better draft class. I'll tell you this now, having most of my grades just complete. Like, it's all right class. It's not last year, and it's certainly not next year's class either. And people are the buzz is like, hey, if Arch Manning would have declared, he'd have been a top 5 pick. It's just he'd have been behind Mendoza. Mendoza would have been the number 1 quarterback, but Arch would have been the number 2, and Arch really hasn't done anything yet with Texas.
I've told you, I'm the Mendoza guy. Won Indiana national championship. He ain't it. He ain't it at this next level.
Yeah. So this class, not that great. Broncos punting on some of their picks in this draft and collecting picks for next year, which is a much better class. And again, it takes them away from the bad decision of this player fell to us and he wasn't supposed to be there, and then replacing their needs. They got a huge upgrade that helps this entire offense. It helps everybody.
Yeah.
It's a great move.
The other thing that Cam Wolf mentioned there about Jaylen Waddle, you think about that. He has not seen the best of your question to him because he's not been the number 1 wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
We all know what it was when Tyreek landed in Miami. You got to cater to the guy. He is that diva that's going to let you know when he's not happy.
Yeah.
And Mike McDaniels did exactly that with some success early on. And now he's coming in here landing as the number 1 wide receiver an entire offseason. Again, this isn't the deadline trade where you go, just fit in the best you can the rest of the year and we'll figure this out next summer. Now you have the entire offseason. He's going to participate in every moment of OTAs. He's going to be around for every snap of training camp. That way you can hit the ground running and get the best out of him immediately rather than having this adjustment period and changing everything in the middle of the season. Those 3-yard screens Cam mentioned, I like that. I'm like, Cam's plugged in. He knows. I know everybody hated those 3-yard screens.
Yes.
Now, here's a guy that you can continue to throw the football to, and as Cam said, a 3-yard screen can turn into a 70-yard touchdown with a dude like Jaylen Waddle.
Did you just go Collinsworth on me?
A little bit, yeah.
Now, here's a guy. Here's a guy that's Pat Mahomes. I love him so much. Why haven't you written me back, Patrick? This one coming from Next Gen Stats. Most yards per target amongst wide receivers since 2022. So yards per target, most since 2022, minimum of 400 targets. So we talk about Justin Jefferson on this show, right? Pretty good, right?
Yeah.
9.4 yards per target. Pretty good, right?
That's pretty good, yeah.
Talk about A.J. Brown, 9.7 yards per target. That's pretty good, right? Puka Nacua, pretty good, 9.7 yards per target. And even George Pickens, a little bit of a headache.
Sure.
But he's at 9.9 yards per target. The number 1 receiver in the National Football League in most yards per target since 2022 is Jaylen Waddle, 10 yards a target.
Wow.
Dude.
First down,
Yeah,
first down.
I don't need to hear any sort of Pittman thing. Don't give me that weak sauce. Don't talk about DJ Moore. Don't give me this, the Broncos overpaid for Jaylen Waddle. That is the most preposterous thing of all time. They paid an appropriate price. They didn't pay too much. They didn't pay too little. And this one got hurt a little bit, but that's okay because it's a number 30 pick in the first round. You're never going to get a talent like Jaylen Waddle at the number 30 pick in the first round. This is a great deal.
If you package 30 and what was it that they ended up sending back? 30 and a third and a fourth in this year's pick. And you get a draft pick back. So it's really just the 2 draft picks. If you were packaged 2 of these draft picks, your first and your third, since they traded fourth, you're still not getting up to pick a player that can make an impact like Jaylen Waddle can make. You use that first, your 30th and your third pick. That's 94, I believe. So 30th and 94th overall. What do you get up to, 20 maybe? 19 and hope that you get that Kenyon Sadiq player, which Kenyon Sadiq's a solid name. He's not coming in year 1 and having 1,100 yards receiving, which Jaylen Waddle rolls out of bed and gets.
And you mentioned giving up that third rounder, 94, right? What's the Dolphins' fourth rounder that you got back? It's not that far from 94.
It's the 11th pick in the 4th round.
So it's like...
I'm not going to do the math.
Oh, God,
get
math.
it wrong. Yeah.
105, whatever.
Something like that, yeah.
So you basically trade the 30th pick, which is a second rounder. You get a 4th rounder back. You trade in your 3rd rounder, but their 4th rounder you're getting back is pretty close to your 3rd rounder.
111.
111. So you go from 94 to 111. You get Jaylen Waddle for a first, and you go from 94 to 111. Big flipping deal.
You know what? When we break it down like that, we won. There was no overpaying. We won the trade.
Yeah, I don't need Jimmy Johnson's chart. I don't need anyone bringing up what the Steelers did with Michael Pittman. I don't need anyone talking about the Bills and DJ Moore. Look at what because you know what Bills reporters are doing now?
What?
Oh, the Bills got a better deal. These Bills, look at the
DJ
Bills.
Moore?
DJ Moore, they got the deal. The Broncos got the star. The Broncos got the playmaker. Michael Pittman isn't as good as Jaylen Waddle. DJ Moore is not as good as Jaylen Waddle. And by the way, confirmed, we have not seen the best of Jaylen Waddle.
No.
I want everyone to know that.
Yeah.
And by the way, one more thing for the people out there saying this is an overpay and look what he did in Miami, blah, 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 blah. Right? Is Tua good?
He's not good.
Okay. The other thing that I want everyone to know, and you can repeat me, give me a quarter every time you say it. The Miami Dolphins last year called the fewest amount of plays on offense of any team in the NFL.
Which is strange with who was calling the plays.
Right. But with their garbage quarterback situation and with everything that was going on in Miami, you can't just point. I'm going to sound like a snob, but I don't care. Too many people haven't watched Jaylen Waddle. Y'all out there don't like this Jaylen Waddle deal. You haven't watched Jaylen Waddle. You're box score searching. You're looking at the box score going, well, in Miami, he'd only been...
See, I don't even know if they're box score watching because if you look at his numbers and you make an argument, you're a fool. They're looking at the Dolphins' record. They're going, the Dolphins didn't do anything.
The Dolphins stink. Why'd you get him from the Dolphins? You overpaid. So they're mad when the Broncos don't do anything. Then when the Broncos do a great move, they're mad because it's an overpay. Oh, my God. No, the Broncos got it right in a big way. The player that could put them over the top for a Super Bowl is Jaylen Waddle, and he's now a Denver Bronco.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. By the way, the draft chart thing, I just Googled this. It came out in 1990. And we're still living off that?
No, wait a second there. There's nothing wrong with the 90s.
No, there's not. But like something written in the 90s still holds weight in 2026.
It's
change it, update it.
I would say
give me new information.
It's not necessarily outdated, but it is something that the old fuddy-duddy types, the scouts that I love, right?
Yeah.
They stick by my story. They stick to it like glue. So it's maybe outdated, but it's a tool that any evaluator. What's the chart say?
Yeah.
What's the chart say? I'll tell you what my eyes say. Jaylen Waddle's a flipping stud.
They want to trade today. That's what my eyes tell me. They want to trade, and they got a true wide receiver number 1 for Bo Nix and these Denver Broncos. That's what it is. That's what happened here today. Another reminder about what's going on later on this week. It's tournament time. Chance for you to get your shot at $5,000. That's what's on the line on our DenverSports.com/bracket challenge. Our 5K bracket challenge can be found there at DenverSports.com/bracket. A big shout out to Bryant, Colorado, and Xfinity for putting this together. If you think you can pick the perfect bracket, well, it's your chance to prove it. Don't wait. You have to have your entries in before tip-off on March 19th. That's DenverSports.com/bracket. DenverSports.com/bracket to get signed up. And you can get in on it right there. You know what I did last night?
What's
the
up?
lady.
What?
So I told the lady, I'm like, I told you yesterday, I printed out a blank bracket for her. I'm like, we're going to have a Dover household bracket challenge. And she doesn't know anything about sports. She just handles how I watch sports and accepts my nonsense.
Okay.
So she's like, all right, if I win, I beat you, I have to give her a 1-hour massage. And I hate the massages. We all know why we want a massage. So I'm good for about 4 minutes on the massage, and then let's get on to the next step. She wants a full 1-hour massage if she beats me in a bracket. And to make it fair, like her odds.
A massage from you, though, not for you to pay for an actual massage.
Yeah.
That ain't going to be an hour, man.
Well, she has like a gun and stuff I could use where it's not just
the
hands
Theragun?
the whole time.
Yeah. Okay.
And then I was like, all right, well.
Yeah, it's still not going to last an hour.
No, I'm 4 or 5 minutes, and I'm trying the next thing. An hour of work versus ice cream?
You can buy your own ice cream at any time.
It's not a fair deal.
But what if it's Andy's?
I told her she needs to pay for 4 rounds of golf.
Ooh.
4 rounds of golf.
I think if it's Andy's ice cream, I think you're in.
Really?
I'd be in.
You do an hour massage?
Well, no, I'm not going to lose.
Okay.
That's my
so
lady.
you're just getting the
now,
ice cream.
if there's going to be a Dover household bracket, you need one for your wiener dog.
Oh, that's
so
right.
you have a set of stairs. Get Brucey B, get like a bucket with the teams.
Oh, that's
And then
fun.
little Brucey will knock down the basketball. It'll go down the stairs, and whatever bucket it lands in, that's the team that Bruce picks.
I like that.
So if your lady is filling out a bracket, your wiener dog needs to figure out and fill out a bracket as well.
It's not a bad idea. I told Bruce when I was leaving for work
Sometimes you
today.
got to think with your wiener dog.
I do a lot. I do a lot. Think
Yes,
about it a lot.
we all do.
Yeah. I told him today, I'm like, I got to go to work to pay for your lifestyle. Sitting here doing nothing all day. Lazy ass wiener dog. All right, we'll continue our conversation about the addition of Jaylen Waddle.
We're all 12.
Do have to get to a conversation about what the heck went wrong last night for the Colorado Avalanche and hear how upset Jared Bednar was. That'll come at you next.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
I lost 60 pounds with soda weight loss, and it happened faster and more naturally than I expected. The real secret? My soda nutritionist. Shout out Trisha. Because I could text her anytime, questions, adjustments, sometimes straight up encouragement. Because cupcakes are awesome. And she always had the right answer for me. And that kind of personalized support makes the whole process feel easy. And that's what soda does better than anyone else. It's fast, easy, convenient weight loss with no hunger and no guesswork. Clients, like myself, routinely look and feel 10 years younger, and the proof is everywhere. Go to their website, sodaweightloss.com. You can check out the nearly 9,000 plus Google reviews and thousands of before and after photos showing real people getting those real results. You can join Soda for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. So call them up, 1-866-800-SODA. That's 1-866-800-SODA. And, of course, you know the website, SOTAweightloss.com. That's SodaWeightLoss.com because Soda Weight Loss is state of the art.
Is your money doing everything it can for you? Like automatically pushing more of your money to savings every day?
I don't think so.
Then switch to Huntington Bank. And let's get more from money. Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
When the Nuggets are knocking down threes, you score too. If Denver hits 15 or more three-pointers, you score a free 28-ounce Gatorade Lower Sugar the very next day at your friendly King Soopers. Gatorade Lower Sugar is scientifically formulated with Gatorade's #1 proven electrolyte blend and has 75% less sugar than Gatorade Thirst Quencher and no artificial flavors, sweeteners, or colors. Big shots deserve next-level hydration. Only at King Soopers.
don't care for my team, ROX rocks heating and air. Through March, when you install a new cold climate heat pump system with my team at ROX, you get a free whole home water filtration system. Cleaner air, cleaner water. Now that's a winning combination. Upgrade your home comfort and take advantage of this huge offer while it lasts, but only from my team, ROX rocks heating and air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX rocks heating and air.
Jacob's Law and 303 Law 4040, the husband and wife law firm where you don't get passed around to a law clerk or some call center overseas. You always get to meet directly with me and my lovely wife, Kimberly. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040.
Did the storm stall your New Year's resolution? Now's your second chance at Low T Center. We're extending our New Year's promos to give you the new start you need. If you've been feeling exhausted, lost your sex drive, book a free testosterone test at Low T Center. No risks, no commitments, just answers. Pick up a discounted peptides and GLP-1s while you're there. And if you start treatment, Low T Center is the most trusted TRT for a reason. The highest quality testosterone covered by insurance and tailored to you so you know it's effective. This deal won't last forever, so call or head to lowtcenter.com. That's lowtcenter.com to book your TRT appointment today.
Taco Bell's new Luxe Value Menu has 10 lavish indulgences, including the new mini taco salad, all for $3 or less at participating Taco Bell stores while supplies last. Price and participation vary. Tax extra.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Wednesday night on ESPN Denver 1600. CSU basketball faces St. Joseph starting at 8:30.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we are fired up about Jaylen Waddle. I like this. Our buddy Kent out in Frederick, he hit us up on the RamosLaw.com text line. He hit us up and he used his name. Kent, you're crushing it right now. We always ask that you do that at 303-713-1043. Says don't forget about that celebration, his little Waddle thing. That's kind of what Cameron Wolf was telling us about with his new friend that he made with the Penguins. Yeah, so that's always going to be fun. Hopefully we're doing that, I don't know, 10, 11, 12 times this fall/winter when Jaylen finds the back of the end zone. We're going to get to an Avs and Nugs conversation real fast, Cease. Cam Wolf mentioned offensive weapon, reverses and screens. We talked about the screens, reverses. Does Jaylen take some offensive weapon opportunity away from Marvin Mims, or do they now just have two options?
Yeah, they have a couple of options because with Waddle, I want him running routes. Cam Wolf suggested it and said, like, what a great route runner that he's turned into. He's very nuanced as a route runner now, and that's exactly what the Broncos need along with that speed. So I want as much Marvin Mims as possible. Does Jaylen Waddle take a couple of those opportunities away? Yeah, probably. But is it anything egregious and now Marvin Mims won't do anything? No, not at all. I think what's better than speed? More speed. So I want a formation. Davis Webb, if I may make a suggestion, please.
All right, yeah.
I want you to braid your hair like Dave Chappelle playing Rick James. And then, I don't know why I want that, but I want that. And then I want him to have an offensive formation, 5 wide, 5, spread them out. And I want Jaylen Waddle, Cortland Sutton, Pat Bryant, Marvin Mims, Troy Franklin, all in the field at the same time.
Wow, we're going Oregon offense.
Exactly. Don't need a tight end.
Yeah.
You don't need a tight end. Get out of it. A T next to your name? No, girl. Go over there. Sidelines.
We only do tackles. That's all we need.
Right. So I want 5 wide, and I want to see this thing cook because it can cook like you can't believe the explosiveness that they get with Jaylen Waddle on this team as the number 1 receiver. So this is going to rival some of the best and most explosive. I'm not going to say better than T. Higgins and Jamar Chase because, quite frankly, Cortland Sutton and Jaylen Waddle are not better than Jamar Chase and T. Higgins.
Jamar Chase elevates so much of that conversation.
But if we were talking about wide receiver duos, Cortland Sutton and Jaylen Waddle have to be top 5 in this league. Like we look at Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua, so long as that duo is together.
Let's do the exercise.
Just take the duos, they have to be top 5, right? So Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, they're number 1, right?
Yep.
I wouldn't necessarily say Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison are, plus the quarterback situation's a nightmare.
Yeah, they suck.
5'3" and an attitude. But if you look at combinations, wide receiver combinations, and I just look at merely, okay, what's this division have? They don't have those combinations. Kansas City's been trying to replace Tyreek Hill since they got rid of the guy.
Are they better than CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens?
That one's close. That one's really close.
So, I mean, if they're like 4, then they're 5, right?
Yeah. So if CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens are 4, then Jaylen Waddle and Cortland Sutton are 5.
Above or below A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith?
They're above.
Okay.
They're above. Because A.J. Brown's a headache.
Yeah.
And a malcontent. So, yeah, you don't get any of that with Jaylen Waddle or Cortland Sutton.
So if I said, hey, your 1's Jamar T, your 2's Puka Devontae, your 3 C.D. Pickens, 4 is Cortland and Jaylen, and 5's A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith?
Done. Are we missing anybody?
Not really.
I don't think so. Not off the top of my head anyway. Could be wrong, but I'm just running the numbers. I'm like, oh, yeah. Oh, you forgot Michael Pittman and DK Metcalf because that's so important. Come on, man. This is a great move for the Denver Broncos. And
Amon-Ra, Jameson Williams.
Jameson's got to do a little bit more. But, yeah, it's
in the
conversation.
Right?
Yeah. I think this is a top 5 combination of wide receivers. Number 1 or number 2. And number 1 is Jaylen Waddle. Number 2 is Cortland Sutton. And I think, they're right there with the Amon-Ra St. Browns and Jameson Williams. And they're right there with the George Pickens and CeeDee Lambs. They're right there. And they give Bo Nix such an incredible array of weapons now because Waddle's influence, and I've seen some people talk about this on Twitter, some NFL types. The spacing that you get, what do I always say? Declaration of influence.
Yep.
If Jaylen Waddle's out there, I'm crapping my pants as a defense. And I'm going, put 2 guys on him.
You're Eric Carlson from the Penguins last night.
But then you get Cortland Sutton one-on-one. And then you have Evan Ingram one-on-one. And then R.J. Harvey, as you mentioned earlier, gets the worst defender trying to cover him out of the backfield.
The worst and slowest defender will now be covering the best pass-catching running back in the NFL.
Done.
Yeah.
I like that.
Outside of Christian McCaffrey.
And Bijan Robinson.
And Bijan,
yeah. But still, that's a pretty good
Although he had
array.
more receiving touchdowns than those guys a year ago.
Okay. We'll see if he can do it again. And with Jaylen Waddle, you're going to open up the field. The influence that Waddle brings. You should all be very excited about this move. I mean, very excited.
I don't know how you're not. Like, again, I said earlier, if you're not excited, you're just probably a hater, and that's okay. The world needs haters, too. That's how the rest of us know we're popping, when you hate on us. It is an exciting day. Is there still some questions in the running back room? Of course there is. Is there still some questions that can be answered in the tight end room? Of course there are. And we're going to get to those questions. That's not what today is about. Today is about celebrating something that we didn't think was going to be accomplished. Celebrating them being opportunistically aggressive and making the right move. I wanted moves made. I'll speak for myself only on this one. I wanted moves made, but not moves for the sake of moves being made. That's why we did the board, and we had 5-6 guys that we all highlighted that we went and talked about. Jaylen Waddle was somebody that Cecil brought up, where were we at, Kev, 2 months ago when we did our trade stuff on Bo's board, and that was still an ultimate possibility. Again, are there still questions about this roster? And is anybody punching their ticket to the Super Bowl? No, not quite. But we feel like that window stays open. They're still on the doorstep. And last week, I didn't feel like they were going to be on that doorstep in 2026. Today changes all of that. And yes, there's still some things that need to be figured out. But if you're not happy, if this doesn't make the Broncos better in your mind, I just think you're flat out wrong. I don't know how else to put it. I don't agree with you and never will.
Wrong or just straight up a miserable person?
Probably both.
I'm just like, this is the exact move. Even Louis Riddick, who I think is one of the brightest minds when it comes to player evaluation in the media.
I do too.
Louis Riddick said, hey, this is the exact compliment that you need for that wide receiver room. They already have a speed guy in Marvin Mims. Troy Franklin's got some wheels. They've got the size guy with Cortland Sutton. And Pat Bryant has size as well. They didn't have that defined route runner. They didn't have that guy that could cut a rug. They didn't have that guy that could break your ankles and get open regardless of your coverage. And that's what Jaylen Waddle can do now as a number 1, and he's going to be excited. I mean, when anybody gets the opportunity to do more, I think you're going to take it and you're going to take the next step. You're a Jaylen Waddle, reserve guy, but talks a little junk, whatever, but, not a diva wide receiver, but still a competitor, still waiting for his moment, still waiting for a chance to be a number one receiver, and had to work with Tyreek Hill? That working with Courtland Sutton's going to be a breath of fresh air.
Yeah.
And now that Jaylen Waddle will be the Broncos' number one receiver, watch him go off for 1,500 yards.
I mean, we talked about it, the A.J. Brown jump, what he did after Tennessee in his first 2 years, and the Broncos are going to have contract control over Jaylen Waddle over the next 2 years. He was 4 yards shy of 1,500 in his first year and 44 yards shy of 1,500 in his second year, which also brought 18 touchdowns along. So you should be fired up about Jaylen Waddle. And if you're not, all good. Well, we can keep this train rolling and leave you behind when we get to the fall and the winter with the Denver Broncos. All right, Cecil, we didn't get to it, but I want to. Let's talk a little bit about what the Avs did last night. I also want to start to look into what the Nuggets have in front of them tonight. Are we worried about goaltending with the Avalanche? And when the heck will Payton Watson return for the Nuggets? We're tackling those questions next.
Jaylen Waddle is a Denver Bronco. With Courtland Sutton, Marvin Mims, Troy Franklin, and Pat Bryant in the room, where will the former Dolphin star rank among this year's pass catchers? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
When water, fire, or mold turn your home upside down, don't panic.
Bring Able to the table.
Able Restoration responds fast, secures your property, and handles everything from mitigation to full rebuild. One call, one team, start to finish. They work with your insurance, communicate clearly, and treat your home like it's their own. Because when it's time to protect what matters most, don't just hire anyone.
Bring Able to the table.
Call 303-590-5600.
Still haven't filed your taxes? Hey, you're not the only one. A lot of good people fall behind. But here's the thing. The longer you wait, the harder the IRS can hit back. Penalties stack up. Interest piles on. The letters get more aggressive. None of it magically disappears. It's why I always tell folks, call my friends at Advanced Tax Solutions. These are not generalists. They don't dabble in tax problems. They live in this world. Resolving IRS issues is all they do. Maybe you're 1 year behind. Maybe you're 10. Maybe you've got unfiled returns, wage garnishments, bank levies, or you're just losing sleep wondering what the IRS is going to do next. Their licensed tax professionals can step in fast, talk to the IRS for you, stop the stress, and start putting a real plan in place. And listen, waiting never makes it better. Every day you delay is another day the IRS gets to tighten the screws. One quick call to Advanced Tax Solutions, that could be the start of a quick resolution. So take control of your tax situation before the IRS does. Reach out to Advanced Tax Solutions today and breathe again. Dynasties are rare. They take consistency, integrity, and a commitment that spans generations. Silterhar Motors has been Colorado's most trusted dealership for 66 years. That's not luck, that's a dynasty. Built on doing business the right way, treating customers like neighbors. While the madness unfolds on the court, Truck Month is happening. Get 0% financing for 72 months, 0 down, and you won't make a payment for 90 days on select F-150s. Plus, get up to $6,000 cash back on popular Ford Explorer and Broncos. See their full inventory at sthmotors.com. Silterhar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
Xfinity tech support. I can't get Jurassic Park back online without... But no worries. Our Wi-Fi boosted mobile keeps you connected in all kinds of places.
Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
If you're in love, you're invited to Williams Jewelers Bridal Fest with our special guest, Takori.
March 17th through Saturday, March 21st.
I'm Shayna.
And I'm Dylan Williams. Come see the latest from Takori and the best diamond prices of the season.
Shop over 500 of the latest Takori engagement rings and wedding band styles fresh from California.
Plus, listen to this. 3/4 carat diamonds from just $26.95.
Gorgeous 1 carats from just $39.95.
And 2 carat diamonds from an amazing $13,995. Guys, during Bridal Fest, qualified buyers can get 24 months financing, interest-free.
Plus, when you spend $5,000 or more during Bridal Fest, you'll receive a Yeti cooler as our gift.
So join us for Williams Jewelers Bridal Fest with special guest Takori, March 17th through Saturday, March 21st at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, your official Takori store.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
If your heating and cooling system isn't keeping up, now's the time to upgrade. Enjoy better performance, improved indoor air quality, and energy savings with a new Bryant heating and cooling system. For a limited time, take advantage of rebates, incentives, and 0% financing on select Bryant systems. For quick fixes or entirely new heating and cooling systems, Bryant will do whatever it takes for your family's comfort. Visit BryantColorado.com to find a local Bryant dealer today. Bryant, whatever it takes.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Real fast, Cecil, I got a weird question. Do I have ranch dressing in my hair over here? I do, right? I knew it, dude.
No, you don't, actually. I mean, that's either ranch or you got a little bit of gray hair. Not going to put your business out in the streets, so.
There's a little gray hair.
Okay, then that's gray hair.
Okay.
That's not ranch. At least I don't think it's ranch, and not to sound weird, but I don't want to touch your head.
No, I agree.
Okay.
I was making a salad for lunch, and all right, we're back. We're good. We're
You
normal.
got ranch dressing in your hair making a salad.
Yeah.
Not tossing the salad, making a salad.
Making.
Okay,
Exactly.
all right.
I feel like it's in there. I don't know if you're messing with me or not. Or you're being honest here. We got to talk a little Nugs and Avs. Nugs are in action tonight against a Sixers team that won't have Joel Embiid, but that doesn't matter because he's not a true star in the NBA anymore, and Joel Embiid's legacy will literally be a stolen MVP. That's what the world will remember that dude for. So, Payton Watson, is he going to be made available tonight? No. He's officially out on the injury report. He's the only name on it, which is a pleasant surprise because that thing's been way too long for the majority of this season. They did have a practice yesterday with having a couple of days off, and it was something that David Adelman was asked about. What's the availability, the status on P-Watt?
I have no idea. I would say, just hopefully within the week, that was the hope a couple weeks ago. It's all about how he feels and how the medical guys feel like he's responding to the stress he puts in his body, playing 3-on-3, doing full-on conditioning with Felipe and those guys. So it's a process. It's day to day. I know, like I've said, I feel bad because I say the same thing all the time. But all these guys have been out, but hoping for the best for Payton, hoping to be by the end of the week or into the weekend. Excuse me.
All right, end of the week, as he's talking about. Of course, they'll go tonight. They have a makeup game, so they actually have an added back-to-back. Because remember, a storm, even though every team and the referees were in the city, they canceled the game because fans couldn't show up.
Was that up in Minnesota? Is that right?
Memphis.
Memphis.
And they're going to make good on that tomorrow. So they'll go Sixers tonight, Memphis tomorrow, and maybe he's back. I don't know that you bring him back for a Memphis game, but maybe he's back by the end of the week. My question is, if Payton's doing what I'm assuming he's doing, and that's all it is an assumption, I don't know for sure. I don't talk to Payton Watson. I don't have this information. It's a theory of mine. But I know hoopers, and I definitely know NBA hoopers. They're kind of soft. They're not necessarily going out of their way to perform or be in a lineup at like 98%. A lot of those guys have to be 100%. A lot of those guys are advised to wait until they're 100% for future earnings. Payton Watson's got a lot of future earnings coming his way in July at some point. I wonder how much of this is, all right, P-Watt, you're 90%, but you're waiting until you're 100%. Team would go, we'd clear you right now if you want to go. And that's how it works in the NBA, if you'd want to go. And I'm sure from agent and his people are going, let's not go until we're 100%.
Yeah.
Are you mad at Payton if that's the choice, or do you understand Payton if that's the choice?
Payton is going to get how much money?
About $100 million.
And I understand. I understand. And it stinks because you want him back as soon as possible and you want to get everybody healthy, but you want him to be right long term. Like agent-wise, you're like, hey, don't screw this thing up. Get right. You're almost there. If you're 95%, like, hey, another 5% to go. Hey, another few games that you'll miss, and then you'll be back out there, and you got plenty of time before the postseason. As long as I get to 10 games, because we were at 20, hey, they're going to get AG and Payton back with 20 games. That's gone bye-bye.
I mean, by the time when we get to work on Thursday,
We're getting real close.
It'll be 12 games?
Yeah, we're getting real close to that 10 number. So as long as I get my 10, I'm okay. If I don't get those 10 games with Peyton Watson, I'll still be all right. That's the dirty little secret. But I won't feel as good, right? You kind of want that guarantee on the box that, hey, he's got enough time to get ramped up before the playoffs. If it's less than 10 games, then that is a stressor that I necessarily don't want.
Yeah, and it's also not just I don't know that anybody is worried about what Peyton Watson is when he returns. I think the worry is how's Adelman handle the bodies. He hasn't had a healthy lineup outside of 10 games this entire year, and that's with bench included. So how does Adelman handle that? Is it hey, we're going to stick with our starting lineup, and the second I can't trust Christian, he's the odd man out? Because that's a conversation now, too. Christian's becoming a little bit of a liability because his lack of offense and his kind of uninterest to play defense at the level that we know he's played defense at. So I think that 10 game that you're talking about, it's not necessarily, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's not necessarily for Peyton. It's actually more for David, the head coach, David Adelman.
Well, doesn't he need the most work?
He needs all the work.
I mean, AG just needs to stay healthy. He doesn't need any, he's Mr. Nugget. Peyton just needs to stay healthy. With everything that we've seen as an offensive explosion is what we've loved about Peyton Watson this year. It's David Adelman that needs the reps, and that means reps with everybody healthy. So, yeah, DA needs those games. The guys need it just to kind of get their legs back a little bit, but not for their offensive output, not for the potential that they have. It's for DA to get this rotation right, get a stagger rotation right, try to figure things out in better ways than he has since the All-Star break, basically.
The Sixers tonight come in 5-5 in their last 10, but have won a couple of games in a row. They're fighting for their play-in lives right now. Well, with what Milwaukee is, they're probably not fighting for a play-in live, but fighting for seeding there in what that play-in tournament will be in the Eastern Conference. This is an inferior opponent. The 76ers are not as good as the Denver Nuggets. Are they engaged? Is there enough intrigue in the lineup that the Nuggets come in, show up in the first quarter, and throw the first punch rather than being punched? I think if they do that, if the Nuggets tonight come out and throw the first punch, I think there's a good chance that this is like a blowout type of win for the Denver Nuggets. But if they're playing with their food, they're allowing the Sixers to hang around. They got some guys that can fill it up on that side too. Even without Softy, Joel Embiid not making the trip, then this could turn into a clutch game, which is not what you want with a team like Philadelphia.
No, it's not what you want at all, and you've seen that too many times from this team anyway, where they drop those clutch games. So how about just an ass beating? Like, that'd be nice, right?
Nice. I think they win the first quarter. It is an ass beating.
Okay, what about the third quarter? Because that's the quarter, to me, that we've seen this Nuggets team kind of fall asleep a little bit.
Especially if they have a second or a lead starting the second half.
Yeah, so tell me what their third quarter is, and I'll feel better about investing or, my prediction tonight as what it can be. Predicting the Nuggets win, of course, but I don't want it to get to clutch time. They haven't proven that they can win in clutch.
You're right. Did I tell you that? My investment days are over. I'm done. I'm out the game. Till I pay for this wedding, and then it's on again, baby.
I was just going to say, I'm proud of you. You're like growing up here. And then I was going to be like, are you going to get into actual investing? You should.
I mean, I'm still doing some of that stuff.
Okay,
real estate things.
Nice.
But, I'm taking a bit of a pause. Pause for the cause, and the cause is a wedding, which is ridiculously overpriced. All right, the other side of this is the Avalanche.
We should have been wedding planners.
Dude. Oh, me and you in a movie like Theo and David Busboys, we're wedding planners?
But wedding planners, but we have no idea what we're doing. See, this is the plan. Now, in the movie world, we would have never been married and would have been, we're wedding planners. Right. We're experts.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah, we know everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's a cigar bar over here.
So we host a radio show, but it's more like talk. Let's say it's like the Broncos affiliate, so we'd be talking and stuff that's not Broncos for half the day. And then we have like a love line thing. Like I'm Dr. Drew, you're Adam Carolla, right? Yeah. People call in, give us their problems, and then we just start a wedding planning business.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I like that a lot.
Yep.
I want to solve people's problems on the radio already. Try to do that here every day. And never really good at it. The Avalanche last night. We're all fired up that Jaylen Waddle is going to score a bunch of touchdowns. Well, the Avalanche gave up a touchdown last night to the Pittsburgh Penguins. It was an ugly game. You thought maybe, just maybe, after they score the first one, and Nate responds the way that Nate responds, that this thing was going to turn back into a game where the Avs could fight and have some control, but that was not the case because Nathan McKinnon scored 4 minutes and 8 seconds into the game. We're even. We're at 1-1. Nate's got his 45th of the year, and you're fired up about it. And then about 15 seconds later, Anthony Mata, on a breakaway, by the way, 2 of the 3 wedgie goals that were given up, breakaways just 1 on none, gets past the netminder. Not only does he score, Evgeny Malkin would add another one in that first, and then that would be the end of the night for one Scott Wedgwood, and it would only take about a minute or so before McKenzie ended up giving one.
Yeah.
I wasn't worried about the Winnipeg loss, and then this is what they follow it up with, and I go, maybe I should have been a little more worried about how they looked in Winnipeg, because it was a little uninterested, right? They certainly could have skated better, and then last night it's like, all right, they have all the juice. Let's just tuck tail and go through the motions. That's what I saw out of the Avalanche.
In the second period, you saw that. What I saw was a first period where they had a bunch of shots on goal. It was almost 20. I believe the number was 18. And then the second period, they had 4. Why? When you get down like that, again, hockey 101, like, just go shoot it. And this team just, I don't know if they're distracted by the Dallas game coming up on Wednesday. I hope that's not the case, but actually at the same time, isn't that the only thing that makes sense? Why did the Colorado Avalanche basically give up in the second period and the third period? They were uninterested.
Yeah.
And they've lost 3 of the last 4, by the way. Why'd they do that? If I were to just tell you, hey, it's not a great answer, but it's the answer, and I said it's because they're distracted by the Dallas game because it's huge and it's monumental, and even though Dallas had a surprise loss to Utah, that's still going to be a huge game on Wednesday. If I were to tell you, hey, the Avs were just distracted by Wednesday's game against Dallas, you'd have to say, yeah, okay. Makes sense. Right? It makes sense. Them being the wagon that they still are, kind of, and then playing like that is their worst game of the season. So am I going to judge them on their worst game of the season? No. But I am going to ask the question, why? Why'd you drop that turd of a game on the ice? And my only answer is they're just thinking ahead to Dallas. It's a crappy answer, but I think it might be the only one.
I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm just saying I don't like that if that's the case. And I don't like it because I'm like, you know what? I think Cecil's probably pretty close to accurate on that statement right there. Now, the Stars did it too because they lost to Utah last night on their home ice to keep this a 3-point spread coming up to tomorrow's major matchup. That is, of course, a 4-point swing. We're fired up for that one, and we'll be all over it tomorrow, preparing you guys for that major matchup. All right, fourth quarter, it's on deck. Let's get back to the Broncos and the big news of the day. Jaylen Waddle is on his way to the Mile High City. He'll be in town today. He'll have a physical tomorrow, and then we wonder if there'll be a press conference. Let's answer that question next.
Tournament time is here, and so is your shot at $5,000. Head to DenverSports.com/bracket to enter our 5K Bracket Challenge, presented by Bryant, Colorado, and Xfinity. Think you can pick the perfect bracket? Prove it, but don't wait. Entries close before tip-off on March 19th. That's DenverSports.com/bracket. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
All right, fellas, got to ask you about something personal here. How is the sex life? You having any sex? You coming up with bad excuses that your partner's getting sick of hearing? You're dealing with erectile dysfunction that's probably hitting a little home for you, right? Doesn't have to be like that, guys. Trust me, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is the place to be. They've been treating guys in the Front Range for nearly a decade, and they've treated tens of thousands of guys just like you. ED should not ruin your relationship. Please don't tell me you're buying those pills at a gas station with insert animal name 5,000 on them. That's not safe, and who knows what the heck's in that or if it's even going to work for you. Erectile dysfunction can be dealt with in a safe and proper way at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Your first visit's only $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. They'll draw your blood, tell you what your T and PSA levels are, and if medically advised, they're going to suggest you take a test dose. If that test dose doesn't work, your office visit is free. Check this out. It works in over 90% of men. You've got nothing to lose and your entire sex life to gain. Start that conversation today at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
303 Law 4040. Want to share one of the best compliments we've ever received. Had a listener call in to 303 Law 4040. His name was Peter. His wife was viciously attacked in a dog bite incident. So we set up a time to have him come in, and I met with him at length while his wife was recovering at the hospital. A couple days later, my wife recognized the number. She had spoken to Peter before. So when the phone call came in, she said, Peter! It was actually Peter's wife. She said, how did you know? She said, well, we love our clients. She was just surprised that we recognized the number. We had her come in, we met with her, and she says, I feel like we're your only clients. It's really awesome. We're not your only clients, are we? No, they're not our only clients, but what a compliment that our clients feel valued and that we treat them with such a high level of service. If you ever need us, that's the type of service you will get too. It's Jacob's Law, 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply STOP to opt out.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn competitive pay for the ride you complete, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 15 years old, a clean driving record, and caregiving experience with children, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text CAR to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text CAR to 323232 right now. Text CAR to 323232 and start earning boosted rates per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's CAR to 323232. Text CAR to 323232 now.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Wednesday night on ESPN Denver 1600. CSU basketball faces St. Joseph starting at 8:30.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 1043 The Fan presents
Waddle to the pylon. Touchdown.
Tua fires in the end zone. Catch at the goal line. Jaylen Waddle has a Dolphin touchdown.
Back in the end zone. It is caught. Waddle. Touchdown.
Over the middle. Got his man. And look at him go. Jaylen Waddle for the touchdown.
Waddle with it indeed. That's what we're doing today. That's the big news. Jaylen Waddle on his way to Denver. Oh, that's good right there. That's so good. Jaylen Waddle, the newest member of the Denver Broncos. They didn't do anything in free agency, but now they make the biggest splash in the trade world, getting a top-tier NFL wide receiver who averages just south. Literally just south. 2 yards under 1,100 yards course of a 17-game season. He's had 1,000-yard years in each 3 of his 5 NFL seasons. That's the first 3 NFL seasons where he accomplished that, and then a little bit of a drop-off in the following 2 years. But his most recent season, where he missed just 1 game, still had 64 catches, 910 yards, and 6 touchdowns. His worst year as a pro came in 2024. When he had to miss a couple of games, but still had 58 catches for 744 yards and only scored 2 touchdowns. That's his worst year as an NFL player. 744 yards and 2 touchdowns. That would be a giant year here to anybody not named Courtland Sutton. So this is a major upgrade. His yards per catch career average is 13.5, and way back in 2022, it was 18.1, which led the entire NFL. We learned from Cameron Wolf of the NFL Network this morning. The slants, the posts in the middle of the field will be there. I love what Cam told us. He's not the defense is in a soft zone, I'm going to go stop, curl, and catch a ball in the middle of the field.
Right.
No, I'm going to catch the ball in the middle of the field, and then I'll be streaking up the sideline because I have the speed to run away from the secondary.
Yeah, and that's the thing with you have a Jaylen Waddle, now it's catch, it's yards after the catch. It's catch, and it's turning on the jets. It's catch, it's first off setting up the route, which he does incredibly. Set up the route, catch the short pass, turn it into long gains. It's exactly what he can do time and time again for the Denver Broncos, and that's exactly what this team needs. They need to attack the middle of the field. That's where Waddle lives. They need a guy where you can just dump it off to him and he can do all the work. That's what he does, and he's going to draw the coverage away. Declaration of influence. He is going to influence defenses so much. This Broncos offense is going to be wide open. Guys are going to – Evan Ingram will be wide open. You won't have to worry about coverage and route intelligence. He just can run and get open because that's the attention that Jaylen Waddle is going to get you on the field. And I think this is a great move for the Broncos because of that influence on everybody else. It opens up the entirety of the field for Bo Nix. And we know that Bo's favorite guy is the open guy. I have a feeling his favorite guy this year is going to be Jaylen Waddle.
Yeah, well, he'll be open, and he's real good at what he does. That's another conversation that we can have here in this last hour of the trickle-down effect. All right, Jaylen Waddle's here. What's that mean for Courtland? So what's that mean for an Evan Ingram? And we can try to put some numbers on it, and maybe that's something we do a little bit more tomorrow with some homework. If Courtland Sutton's a 1,000-yard receiver, I kind of like where you've been at. All right, is that going to change who Courtland is? Maybe not numbers-wise. Maybe he can be that 1,000-yard receiver with 7-8 touchdowns instead of feels like you're kind of picking with Courtland. You want to flirt with double-digit touchdowns or you want to catch 1,000 yards worth of footballs? Maybe now you can be both of those things, and that's his upgrade. I like what you're saying about the tight end. It's just less responsibility. There's less of this almost demand that the tight end has to contribute for the Broncos to get to where they want to go. Now, if they want to be a Super Bowl champion and be a wagon, the term we've used with the Avalanche, yeah, you have to get the tight end involved, but that middle of the field with slants and posts that we're talking about, that's why we wanted the tight end involved, because you ignored 1/3 of the football field for 19 weeks last year.
Yep, and this year, that's not going to be the case because of one Jaylen Waddle. And again, it opens up everything for everybody else, and that's just – we didn't get really to see the full Sean Payton playbook. I've said that many, many times. But even last year during the regular season, I was like, we're only seeing about 60% of his playbook. And honestly, we don't see much of the New Orleans stuff, which are sale concepts. I won't bore people with that, but get ready for the full Sean Payton experience. I know Davis Webb is going to be calling the plays, but the design of this offense is Sean Payton. So expect those Drew Brees plays to come back. Expect the slants that you saw, the daggers that you saw, those type of routes that have been absent from this Broncos offense. They're all back now, baby. So Sean Payton's operating with 100% of his playbook now. At least he should be. Because when he was operating with 60% of his playbook, for me, I said he doesn't have the wide receivers, he doesn't have the tight end, he doesn't have the running back. He's got the quarterback. He's got the toughest thing in all the sports. He's got the QB. Now they've added the wide receiver. That should help his tight end, and they're probably going to draft the guy. But still, that's going to help Evan Ingram. Jaylen Waddle, bonus, boost, turbo boost maybe for Evan Ingram. I love that. And then Courtland Sutton, it gets him one-on-one coverage. So now all of a sudden, it's the 100% of the playbook. Mm-hmm. It's not just certain plays because you can't go to the middle of the field because you don't have those guys. You've got a guy that can do everything. He's mostly outside, but you can move around the formation, and that's great for the Denver Broncos.
You know what I was just thinking about as you're kind of describing that? How much of this, so we learned that this all started at the Combine, right? And things have ramped up, heated up here over the last 10 days or so, basically on the verge of free agency. How much of this was discussed at all inside the building? And none of this would be given to us, but inside the building when conversing about giving up play calling duties.
Yeah.
Because you know Sean. You know Sean better than a lot of people know Sean. And it's hey, I got to do this to get this guy back in Davis Webb, which we all want in the building. His words was like, we called the driver and had turn around. We can't risk you getting on a bird. And then in the back of his mind going, am I going to give this guy play calling duties and a true legitimate weapon like Jaylen Waddle in a few days? And then, Sean, like I said, how is he not today going, man, you know what I would do? Ooh, I'm not going to do anything. And that's just chapping his ass,
By the way, he probably wouldn't say, I'm not going to do anything. He'd probably just go to Davis. You're going to do that, right? Dagger routes are back, right? Staring at him.
He's like,
he's doing the whole Kevin Hart, stare at you thing.
I put together a 24-hour film of all of Michael Thomas's slants. I want you to study up on that.
We're going dagger routes. Dagger routes for everybody. That's what Sean Payton is saying. So even though Davis Webb is calling the plays, this is Sean Payton's design, and now it's back. And it's back 100%. You should see, and this is why I've said 5,000 yards, you should see the Saints offense this year, even with Davis Webb calling the plays.
Well, as Sean said, he'll still have plenty of, fingerprints all over what's going on?
Yeah.
So, yeah, it'll be a ton.
Is he going to have fingerprints to get us a damn press conference? I know they don't do pressers for free agents, which is...
Why? I mean, this is like a dunk. This is a
huge deal.
Windmill dunk press conference.
Right.
All you got to do is show up with a smile on your face.
And now, instead of all the questions being like, why aren't you doing anything? The questions would be like, okay, you didn't do anything, but you did Jaylen Waddle. I think it would be great, especially now you're seeing reports. I think the little guy, Ian Rappaport, he's so little.
Little fella.
It's amazing that he's that little. He reported that Jaylen learned he was getting traded. He was in the car when he got the call. Hey, you're getting traded to the Broncos. He drove to the Dolphins facility to say goodbye to the equipment guys and the secretaries and stuff.
Damn.
Yeah, so you talk about a good man. What guys would go back to your old workplace and be like, hey, see you around, and not to the coaches, but to equipment guys.
I'm going back there to fight. I want to fight a couple guys.
You're going back to your old spot to fight.
There are a couple guys that are on the list, though.
Okay, yeah, still on the list.
Yeah.
I got you. That'd be kind of fun.
I'd be like, hey, Cecil, I'm going to fight these two guys. I want to do it at the same time to see how I handle it.
Yeah.
If I start to get some trouble, jump on in. I think I'll be fine. But if I do get in trouble, I need you to jump in.
Josh don't win, I jump in.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. The Jaramillos always used to say, you mess with one bean, you get the whole burrito.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm like, all right, I like that.
Yeah, you're an LSM. You got that card. You can play that.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. I learned it from them. He's
learned from the best.
That's right. All right, let's keep the conversation going. Let's talk a little bit more about this press conference. And then I want to answer a question. Maybe the answer is simple and it's Bo Nix. But who benefits the most from Jaylen Waddle being here in the Mile High City? Let's tackle that next.
They were late to the party, but the Broncos finally made their first big move of the offseason, trading for Dolphins wide receiver Jaylen Waddle. With a new star in the wide receiver room, does Bo Nix have the right weapons around him to make another Super Bowl run? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, it's Colorado, so that means the weather is all over the place. It's snowing and then it's 80. So if your heater AC is running more than it should, no matter the weather here in beautiful Colorado, your window insulation has probably failed. And when that happens, all your heat escapes in the winter and all your cool air disappears in the summer. Or again, just a random day in March because it's Colorado. Check out my friends, WindowNation.com. The pros at Window Nation can fix your window problems with new energy-efficient windows at a great price. And right now, the perfect time to replace every window in your home, because the more you buy, the more you save. Up to 50% off all window styles. You can replace old or builder-grade windows with custom-built high-quality windows from Window Nation. WindowNation.com is where you go to choose from over 1,500 styles and colors, all backed by a lifetime warranty. And it's WindowNation.com. They are the people I trust. Hurry, this sale ends soon. Don't wait to end your window problems. Schedule your fast free estimate now at WindowNation.com.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Men, we all know how important sex is in a relationship, both for you and your partner. But erectile dysfunction ruins sex, which can often have serious impacts on your relationship as well. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if ED is a problem in your life, you understand the impacts it has on you and the one you love. But I'm here to tell you that ED is a treatable condition, and almost without exception, you can have really good sex again. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're experts in treating ED. We've treated tens of thousands of men with protocols that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most guys, good sex will be the norm. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a level of intimacy for you and your partner that might just astound you both. It's time to have really good sex again, so call us. Just $99 gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
If you're in love, you need to head to Williams Jewelers, where Bridal Fest continues.
Come shop all our top bridal designers, including Gabriel & Company, A. Jaffe, and Takori. Over 2,000 of the latest engagement ring styles and wedding bands from Christian Bauer.
Along with our best, direct from the cutter, diamond prices of this season.
Listen to this. 3/4 carat diamonds from just $26.95.
Gorgeous 1 carats from just $39.95.
And natural 2 carat diamonds from an amazing $13,995.
Guys, during Bridal Fest, qualified buyers can get 1 year, 12-month financing interest free.
Plus, when you spend $5,000 or more during Bridal Fest, you'll receive a Yeti cooler as our gift.
So join us for Williams Jewelers Bridal Fest, March 17th through Saturday, March 21st at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan, powered by Waterloo Turf Denver. Get your Saturdays back.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Cecil, you know why I think that might actually get a press conference from Sean Payton?
Why is that?
I actually think he might break the mold because he likes to pretend that he doesn't follow what we do. Me, you, the media, everybody. He likes to pretend that he's above all that. I think that's a bold-faced lie. I think he is plugged in. Reading articles, listening to shows.
He's looking his name up on Twitter.
I
don't want to expose that, but if you mention Sean Payton, he will see your tweet.
Yeah, that's some free time that I don't know about. And now he heard everything last week. He knows what the city feels.
Oh, yeah.
They know how the city feels.
Oh, yeah. And they didn't like it.
No, and they did not like it.
That's why there were so many quote-unquote memos of like, y'all are going to say good stuff, right?
They let some people know they were going to handle it differently.
Guys, they were in on all these guys. They were in. All right.
Look, I'm glad you all have jobs, but we know what it is. Now that all happened. We're dunking all over them. We're saying they're wasting their Super Bowl window, all the things that we all said and still felt up until today's move. And now he knows how we all feel about this move. This is Sean Payton. You know, when once every 10 days when Zion plays, he gets like that breakaway dunk steal at the end of the game, and it's him loading up for a windmill dunk.
Right.
That's Sean Payton right now. He's loading up for a windmill dunk. And a press conference to introduce Jaylen Waddle with all the little knuckleheads down there sitting in the room. He'll get to say, oh, look at, and how worried were you? Look, we saw your article. We heard that segment. And now look at you. You're all eating out of the palm of my hand.
Right.
This is what Sean lives for.
Right.
His opportunity to tell us specifically in the media, you guys are idiots. You didn't play the long game, and now look at you. This is setting up to be the perfect, you know what? We will have a press conference. Not necessarily for Jaylen to say hello, but for me to call you guys stupid. And he loves that opportunity.
He would definitely take the opportunity to be like, you all panicked about us not doing anything. Well, look at us now.
Yeah, dude.
And he's probably, right now, Kay Adams is probably calling him. Like, hey, Sean, great trade. You coming on the show? And Sean will be like, yes, of course, Kay. Whatever you need, I
just
love
want
you.
you to know, I love that W.
And then it's going to be calling little Jordan Humphrey to say, you're giving up the number 17.
I didn't even think about that, but good call.
And by the way, not an ask.
Yeah.
There will be no dollars exchanged for your number.
We can take that contract away, sir.
Yes. Little Jordan, you're lucky to have a contract, so you're not going to wear 17 this year. Give him like 46 or something. Who cares? It's little Jordan Humphrey. No, it doesn't matter.
That's Adam Prentice's number 46.
That's 46? Okay.
Yeah, so he can't have Adam Prentice.
Okay.
Look at Kevin with the hot fullback knowledge there. That's
look at
quick.
him. He's like the defender of Adam Prentice. I was
Good
like,
job,
holy
Kev.
cow. Wow. All right. Well, give him any number. Give him 00, right? Nobody's got that, Kev. I know that.
I mean, Cooper 0.
But not 00.
You don't want 00.
Man.
How about we just cut Lil Jordan?
How about we just don't have Lil Jordan?
You know what? You guys are speaking my language now.
Okay.
Get him out of here.
Sorry, Lil Jordan. We've replaced you with Jaylen Waddle. They won't do that, but it'd be nice if they did. Either way, I think that's what Sean Payton's doing. So would he call a presser just to rub in our face? Yeah, he would. He's Sean Payton.
That's who, dude, he's cut from that cloth. That is who this guy is.
Yes, I think he would love it. Will he do it? I don't know. They usually don't. The next time Sean should talk is at the owners' meetings at the coaches' breakfast, which is where he can get a little caffeinated and say a little too much. So
how far away is that?
2 weeks.
Oh, okay. So that's not that far.
It's not that far, but still, it stinks because we used to have a way before Sean Payton in Broncos country when these moves would happen. Yes, even the Jaleel McLaughlin move, there would be a press conference associated with that, at least a conference call. And now we don't get any of that because Sean doesn't want the media, doesn't like the media. I mean, I don't want to sound mean, but it's kind of mean. Sean doesn't even want them to do digital stuff. Like that. Digitally, the Broncos are way behind everybody else in the league. Like way behind. And it's not them. It's not the talent that they have. They have some really good people. You know, I'm thinking about Delilah, all those guys. Like they have good people there. They just don't do as much as other teams because Sean doesn't want you to.
He doesn't want to give the information to the public.
Right. If you look at a team like Buffalo, if you look at a team like Dallas, their own personal department, like BuffaloBills.com, they do a great job. Chris Brown's their guy. They do a great job of like, here's everything about the team. They even talk a little bit bad about the team sometimes.
Really?
Dallas does the same thing. Jerry goes on the damn show.
But Jerry said, I'll fire y'all and find new guys to do this. That's what he said to those guys.
Yes, he does. But like Denver doesn't do that because Sean doesn't want that. If they were more modern, if they were up to date, like up with the times, they'd have their own thing. They'd do it their own way, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think it'd actually be kind of smart for them, but still, like Sean doesn't want that, so they're not going to do that. Sean should want a press conference so he could dunk on You mentioned Zion. Did you do that for the New Orleans thing, or just because it's
it
once
works.
every 10 days?
Yeah, that's the only highlight I ever see of Zion is him being a little portly. They're losing by 30, and he's doing a windmill dunk as time expires. That's all I ever see. But the New Orleans tie works.
Okay, yeah.
Works out all right
I
there.
thought that's why you said that. A little Pelicans love.
Yeah, totally. That's exactly what I was saying.
For Sean.
Yeah,
It's always for Sean.
The other question I asked you, maybe we carry this over a little bit because I want to get the tribe involved too. I think I saw Mike from Littleton hitting us up. Who's the biggest benefactor of this? And it's okay if the answer is Bo Nix. It seems like that's the one right in front of you, and he's certainly going to benefit from adding a guy like Jaylen Waddle. If it were Bo Nix, all right, accept that answer. Is it Cortland Sutton because there's no more double teams? Is it a guy like Troy Franklin who now, again, I told you you're going to get an R.J. Harvey with the worst defender on him. Troy Franklin, who was starting the season in a pretty major way, 700 yards last year, he might be going like, all right, they have to pay attention to Cortland. You probably have to have some bracket stuff over there on Jaylen's side. Again, that's going to leave me with the third best cornerback one-on-one, and I have the speed to beat almost anybody at the NFL level.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely impressive for this Broncos team. So who benefits the most? It's likely Evan Ingram.
Wow,
If
really?
we talk about who benefits the most, just because I think of where Jaylen Waddle is going to be running routes, and you could have Ingram taking deep stuff and Waddle working underneath. You could also have the opposite of that, where Waddle's going deeper and then Ingram was working underneath him. Because Waddle's going to take the attention. If you're that other player, likely a safety, your hips are turning with Waddle. And once your hips turn, even Evan Ingram can recognize this, that it's time to attack that spot.
Okay.
Where you're turning is where you're leaving. So go attack that spot, and that's an easy pitch and catch for Bo Nix.
See, I like your answer of Evan Ingram. Troy Franklin, for some reason, just because of what he was able to accomplish last year and now getting a inferior defender, I want that to be spread out a little bit more. I loved what Troy did for the first 7 or 8 weeks. I hated what Troy didn't do in the final 8 to 10 weeks. That was a major problem. If you stretch that out a little bit, and again, maybe it's Troy that's having an 850 to 900 yard season. You go, oh, he could be that next man up, the 1,000-yard receiver when it's time to say goodbye to Cortland Sutton.
Right. And that's the thing when you've got a future with this team. You've got a future that involves Jaylen Waddle for quite a bit of time. You know, if this thing works out, they're reworking his deal, by the way.
Yeah.
And if this thing works out, you're probably moving on from Cortland Sutton eventually, but that's when Pat Bryant's ready to step up and take over as that X on the left side. And
you say
still
moving
have
on,
Waddle.
like Cortland's retiring, or
No. You'll probably move on from his contract because he'll have, 1 year left on his deal? That's usually, it's see ya.
Yeah.
Well, see you later. Big gulps, huh? So, and maybe they keep Sutton. Maybe they get Sutton a new deal. I'm not sure, but if you fast forward this thing, if Bryant's ready to be the X, you don't need Cortland Sutton. So then Pat Bryant, you knew Cortland Sutton, but you still have Jaylen Waddle influencing the defense. So that's getting ahead of ourselves. But for right now, you have a great duo, a great combination, and a lot of people are responding and saying this is a top 5 wide receiver combination.
Let's go over some of those names, what they look like. We'll do that. Plus, I'm seeing a couple texts over here on the RamosLaw.com text line, some outside-the-box thinking of who benefits the most from Jaylen Waddle. 720-670, love that. 720-382, really like that answer. We'll tell you what they said coming up next.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
I'm Neil, founder of Clay Room. When I found ceramics, I realized my calling was to give others the space to be creative. So I set out to open my own studio. Having a Chase Ink card has allowed us to grow it and bring people together. Now we're molding a creative community.
With the Chase Ink Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
I'm Rob Wilhite, and for nearly 50 years, my firm has stood beside Colorado families after serious car accidents. With over $1 billion won, we know how to fight for you. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WillHiteWins.com. That's WillHiteWins.com.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. For over a decade, Bluebird Windows and Doors has been servicing the Front Range with products built to withstand Colorado's unpredictable weather. Bluebird's Sunrise Collection windows are built to last a lifetime and are backed by strong warranties. Buy one window and get one 50% off through March 31st. And mention you heard about Bluebird from me, Mike Evans. You'll save an additional 5%. Enjoy the outdoors through energy-efficient Bluebird windows. Visit GoBluebirdCO.com. Bluebird Windows and Doors. Make today a Bluebird day.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly, near and far, without any glasses, thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you and RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at coloradorle.com. Cutarelli Vision, RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. coloradorle.com.
It's time to upgrade your arsenal with the Shields Field and Range Sale Event. Save on your favorite brands in ammo, firearms, optics, and more. You'll have to hurry, though. This sale only runs through March 22nd. Plus, with your Shields Visa, you'll earn an extra 10 points for every $1 spent on Vortex products at Shields, which means you'll earn even more My Rewards gift cards. Visit Shields or Shields.com and save now through March 22nd.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Schedule a free inspection with Groundworks, the foundation and waterproofing experts.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Join Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and Pepsi at King Soopers, 15051 East 104th Avenue in Commerce City, Tuesday, March 17th from 3 to 5 p.m. Stop by for your chance to win tickets to Tuesday night's Nuggets game and sample Gatorade's low sugar line. Don't miss it.
Running a business is hard enough. Odoo makes it easier with one simple, all-in-one platform. Start today at odoo.com. ODOO.com.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Wednesday night on ESPN Denver 1600. CSU basketball faces St. Joseph starting at 8:30.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
You know what? I just don't think there's anything that I could be in a bad mood for today. Just fired up about the Denver Broncos and their decision to... They're just waddling with it, man.
Yeah.
So great. to be on the radio today to talk about the big news that was. Mentioned a couple of these texts. We got a Texas texter hitting us up. They just write, "This is great," in all caps. Waddle demands a safety over the top. It really shifts the defense, especially on second, third, and long. Going to be a huge year for Cortland. So again, there's a couple of texters now telling us that it's Cortland that will be benefiting from this addition. I talked about Troy Franklin. You talked about Evan Ingram. One of our texters, let me go back and find
think
this.
Court is the lesser impacted player because Court's numbers are going to be about the same. But
He is kind of who he is, right?
Sure, right. But that doesn't mean we couldn't be wrong.
Yeah.
He's a catch and fall down guy. What if with one-on-one coverage, he's getting more after the catch?
Well, you know what? To that point, he's catch and fall down guy because there's 3 guys around him when he catches the football. Maybe he's like, oh, one, I can stiff arm him to the ground, and I'm off and running.
And off to the races we go.
Jackson hit us up. Jackson. He's one of my favorite texters because he's from Thornton, but he always writes the good part after that.
Okay.
So I can appreciate it. Kevin represents the good part of Thornton
I
as
always
well.
forget which part of Thornton you don't like. I was like, oh, is it Thornton or North Glen? It's Thornton
It's
that you
Thornton,
don't like.
yeah.
Okay, because you're from North Glen.
North Glen are my people, yeah.
Okay.
We're loud and
But
we're
they're
proud.
basically the same spot, right?
Kind of, yeah. I'm a little offended you said that, but yeah, kind of the same.
I mean, it's North, right?
Kind of the same people. But Jackson says, and this is a great answer, like I said, all of our minds, at least mine's like, hey, offensively, who does it benefit? Jackson writes, it's the Broncos' defense that is the biggest benefactor of this. You're talking about these longer, sustainable drives, bigger plays.
Sure.
Now, that maybe a big play gets the defense out there a little bit sooner rather than later, but the 3-and-out rates that we're going to talk about tomorrow, I think that's exactly where Jackson is. The 3-and-out rate should be very minimum, at least a lot less than what it was a year ago, which means defense resting, their defense on it more. See, so you have a 8 to 10 play drive, and then this defense is what it is, and they go out and force a 3-and-out, a 5-and-out, then that defense is back out there for another 8 to 10 play drive. We're talking about opponents sucking dang wind when they're playing here at Empower Field at Mile High.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, how do you get people worn out? And here's the other thing we haven't even mentioned yet today. It's a Jaylen Waddle day. It's a crotch party right up in here. We talk about those one-score games, right?
Yeah.
Because our texter on the RamosLaw.com text line mentioned the Broncos defense being the beneficiary, the primary benefactor of this Jaylen Waddle deal. Here's the real story. Your one-score games might be a thing of the past. Because if your offense is better, nay, so much more improved with Jaylen Waddle as a run after the catch, explosive playmaking target for Bo Nix. Now you're dropping 27, 28 points a game. Now you are not in one-score games because your offense is dynamic.
How about that? Like a 4 or 5 point per game difference? That's a major upgrade.
And then how does your defense get better? Because you got the lead and they go pass happy and you pin your ears back and Nick Benito eats. Nick Benito and Jonathan Cooper might be the primary benefactors from this Jaylen Waddle trade because you're not going to be able to slow roll the Denver Broncos. You're not going to be able to go in and say, well, it's a defensive battle, but if we score 17, we're going to win. Nope. That's all done. That's gone by the wayside because Jaylen Waddle is here and there's Broncos offense is about ready to be explosivo.
I love this number or this text from Tyler on the RamosLaw.com text line. Tyler, this is a great take.
I thought Tyler'd be busy, but he's texting us. Okay.
Yeah, he's got to get his show information. Gonna make Riley Moss better. Got to get really exposed if he doesn't clean up the technique. Think about the 6-7 weeks of training camp that we're going to be out there for. It's Riley versus Court now. It's Pat and Jaylen. And, of course, they'll switch sides, and then Riley will get some Jaylen action. I think that's something that wouldn't have crossed my mind today here because, again, I went offensively. How much better does it make the defense and specifically a guy like Riley Moss? This is a top-tier NFL wide receiver, the kind of wide receiver that Riley struggled with. He's got speed. He's not the biggest, but he can create some separation with speed and a little bit of physical play. That's when Riley's grabbing and tackling and doing all the things that we saw that got him in trouble until the latter part of the year. I'll give Riley some credit because he did get better, but that's also a great text. Your defense, your secondary now gets better. Jayden Barron now gets to look at what it looks like to guard a guy like Jaylen Waddle, too. So he's highlighting Riley Moss. We can extend that to everybody in that secondary. How much better did they all just get?
I think Jaylen Waddle's going to put Jayden Barron in a blender.
Good, because then you get to watch it on film and figure out what you did wrong.
Hey, young buck.
Yeah.
You got to figure it out. That's one of the best route runners in the league. So go out there and try to make the plays against Jaylen Waddle. You just up the competition level by 1,000% in this Broncos wide receiver room because of Jaylen Waddle being so different from everything else they have. That's the main thing, and I understand Sean Payton loves his trees. I understand Sean Payton wants a big wide receiver, but at the end of the day, he wants playmakers. And we had suggestions like, hey, why don't they get a Brandon Cooks? Well, maybe Cooks wasn't a real big fan of Sean Payton, I'll say that. Even Mark Ingram, who played for Sean Payton a couple of times, you gotta get used to Sean. So even the guys that were productive with him, they're like, oh yeah, I mean I was productive, but might have been miserable.
Yeah. I had good numbers. I hated going to work every day.
Exactly. If you're Jaylen Waddle, you can come in here and blow out the numbers at Brandon Cooks. Get out of here with that nonsense, noise, whatever. And I'm not saying Michael Thomas because he's not Michael Thomas, but in that sort of weapon-y way where Michael Thomas was, that one year was like 1,800 yards? I'm not predicting Jaylen Waddle to do that, but if he did, okay, well, we know why. Because he's a real threat and a real weapon and a real route runner and so very different from the other receivers here.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody can benefit. Mm-hmm. Everybody can learn from Jaylen Waddle.
You know what else is? I'm just thinking of this in real time. Is there we talked about the learning curve, and okay, he's going to have a full offseason, and every team gets that 4 or 5 week kind of window to figure out who they are and what they can be every season. How much of a difference is kind of football life for Jaylen coming from, what's up, bro? Mike McDaniel, what are you doing later, man? To Sean Payton, who is the exact opposite of that guy. Maybe they have some similar interests in their off time, but they don't approach it the same way.
Yeah, they don't approach it business hours the same way. Let's just say that. So
yeah, that's a good way to put it.
I think that could be a culture shock in a good way. You know what I mean? And I love Mike McDaniel. I've known him since he was a teenager. So
it's like a little bit more serious,
sure,
for lack of a better term.
And you can respond a little bit better, especially for guys, that didn't play. You always have the well, why would I listen to you? Why would I, what do they always say? Like teachers teach because they can't do or whatever. Like the old saying is, well, coaches coach because they can't do. I know there's been some thought around you need the former players so they can really listen. You need someone with the hardware. And if you're Sean Payton, even though it's been a minute, you can always point back to that hardware, that Lombardi trophy. And that's something that if you're not listening to Sean Payton, I don't know what you're doing. That's why the whole Evan Ingram thing made me mad, and the Dre Greenlaw thing, which I don't have to worry about anymore. It's you signed up with Sean Payton. What were you expecting? It's not going to be lollipops and rainbows. He's going to put a boot in your ass and you're going to win. So do you like that? Do you want to win? Do you want more money? Because winning gets you money. So with Jaylen Waddle, this deal's here, the deal's now. But I guarantee this thing blows up. He gets 1,500 yards this year. Probably rework his deal.
Here's the other one. Davis Webb, the biggest benefactor of this as well.
I like that.
His first year calling plays. Bo's his quarterback.
Yep.
Cortland's now wide receiver 2.
Yep.
Jaylen Waddle's wide receiver 1. What's going to be a third-year player in Troy Franklin at 700 yards last year. Might be wide receiver 3. Let's see how it plays out between Pat, Marvin, and Troy. He's sitting pretty as a first-time play caller.
And it kind of nips it in the bud, the conversation of Sean doesn't want anyone to be more successful than him. Sean wants to win. He wants to shove that Lombardi trophy in Roger Goodell's face and say, this one's for me. And I'm here for it.
Yeah.
I want to be there when he does it.
It's
I want to be like Nelson on Simpsons. When that happens to Goodell, I want to be like, ha ha. I just want to point at Roger Goodell and laugh.
That's Roger just, oh, God, I have to do
I hate this
is
guy.
The worst day of work ever. I have to hand this to him, and he's going to just deadpan me when saying, this one's for me, and then double bird you when you turn around.
Exactly.
God, that would be beautiful to see.
Yes.
And like I've been saying, the CEO type that Sean is now transforming into, I give him a bunch of credit for this. Putting the team in front of him and his own personal success and checking his box of filling that giant ego. Now you do it with this roster as the CEO type. It adds to his legacy a little bit. It's a different style, but it adds to his legacy.
Yeah, and that's one thing you're watching with Sean Payton. It's legacy from here on out. How do you improve his legacy? You go win.
Win! They are in line to do exactly that. They were on the doorstep of the Super Bowl. Today's move, keeps them there. Maybe even lifting that foot up to knock on the door of the Super Bowl as soon as 2026. All right, we'll give our final thoughts on today's move, the Jaylen Waddle trade, and get you ready for a Nuggets game tonight. They'll take on the 76ers without Joel Embiid. That's not even a story anymore. That's just the norm for that chump. We'll preview that game and final thoughts on what we learned today coming up next.
Jaylen Waddle is a Denver Bronco. With Cortland Sutton, Marvin Mims, Troy Franklin, and Pat Bryant in the room, where will the former Dolphin star rank among this year's pass catchers? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. I've been around long enough to know the difference between tough talk and real quality, and that's why I trust Ravenous Window Center of Littleton. Right now, get 25% off Infinity by Marvin fiberglass windows. You'll also get 20% off at James Hardy Siding, engineered to resist hail, fire, moisture, even woodpeckers. Invest wisely with 12 months, no interest, and no payments. Schedule your free consultation at Ravenous Window Center of Littleton today. Call them 303-794-0490 or visit them online at windowsforyourhome.com.
When disaster hits your home, it's game time. Water in the basement, fire damage, mold creeping in. Don't sit on the sidelines.
Bring Able to the table.
Able Restoration is your first round draft pick for emergency response, mitigation, and full rebuild. They move fast, protect your property, and fight for you with insurance. This isn't practice. This is your home. So when it's time to step up and protect what matters most,
bring Able to the table.
Call 303-590-5600. Go Able.
Hey guys, boy Stink here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. If you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Jacob's Law and 303 Law 4040. I want to tell you about one of the cases I'm most proud of. And it's not because the number is eye-popping, although it is. It's because the clients trusted us to get them justice, and we delivered for them. Our clients were a wonderful couple, weren't looking to get rich. In fact, they kept saying, Dan, we're not looking to set any records here. But they were seriously injured, and despite promising to take care of them, when it came time to do the right thing, the insurance companies played hardball. We set it for trial and wound up getting $8.5 million. Plus, my lovely wife, Kimberly, was able to get all of their medical bills wiped out, putting hundreds of thousands of extra dollars in the clients' pockets. We were proud to help because our clients were good-hearted people who deserved justice. We hope you never need us, but if you do, we are here to help at 303 Law 4040, where you always get to meet directly with me and my lovely wife, Kimberly. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, our final segment here on a big, big day in Broncos country. What a day it is with Jaylen Waddle. We'll give some of our final thoughts. How are you guys feeling about it? Again, if you've been busy all day at work, well, the Broncos landed Jaylen Waddle. They sent the 30th overall pick to Miami. They sent a 3rd and a 4th round pick in Miami. I believe we're going 30, 62, 94 for the Broncos. And in return, they got Jaylen Waddle and pick number 111 in the 4th round. So they move up a little bit for that 4th round pick. Basically, a player and 2 draft picks are a player and a draft pick are going, while a few draft picks are on their way out for the Denver Broncos. See, so I guess kind of my overwhelming, hey, what did I learn today? Is one, they had a plan, right? We learned that they started these conversations back at the Combine. They were restructuring contracts for a reason, and now we know why they were restructuring contracts, and they still have faith, confidence in their coaching staff and the development of their players, but they knew they couldn't rely upon a just simply run it back. I think this is also a sign of, hey, we know who J.K. Dobbins is. He's a little injury prone. We're going to go back and test that well again. I'm with you. They draft a running back, and they have another option there by the time we get to camp in July and August. But it goes, when the guy goes down, and we have to be that team that's a pass-first football team. By the way, we want to be that anyway. We have legitimate options, legitimate weapons. But when J.K. went down and we all go, oh, crap, what are they going to do now? And we don't have to have that conversation this year when J.K. goes down, because what they're going to do is what we're going to see. Air it out, throw that pigskin all over, let Jaylen Waddle, Cortland Sutton, those boys eat for 17 games.
And that's the thing. They're going to fill the air with footballs because that's what Davis Webb will want to do. As a first-time play caller, he's going to want to flex his muscles. I think with Jaylen Waddle, you're going to be able to flex. You're going to get your flex on. And if that's the case, then look out, because we're talking 4,500 plus yards for Bo Nix. We're talking 2,000-yard receivers. We're talking potentially 1,000-yard tight end. Am I being hyperbolic? Not at all. Why? The declaration of influence. It's the most important thing in football, besides fit. Fit's the most important thing. The declaration of influence. When you influence a defense that much, Jaylen Waddle is a game changer. He doesn't need to catch a pass, and he can change your game. He can change your game because defenses are rotating towards him. He can change your game because you definitely know where he's lining up. You definitely see him move in motion. You're definitely paying attention, and you definitely have 2 guys dedicated to containing him. Can't stop him. You can contain him. And if I look at this and I look at what the Steelers have done with Michael Pittman, I look at what the Bills have done with DJ Moore, I see this as the superior move for a superior player. So, Buffalo, that's cute. You did a move? All right, awesome. See you in the playoffs.
Yeah. Well, and the Bills wanted Jaylen Waddle, as a report this morning.
Yes.
But they were a part of these conversations. I'm imagining that also goes back to the Combine, and the conversation didn't go the way the Bills wanted it to go, which then they go, all right, we'll turn our attention elsewhere, and they went and landed a DJ Moore. DJ Moore's a solid wide receiver. I don't think he's better than that of what Jaylen Waddle is, and he certainly doesn't have what's left in the tank for Jaylen Waddle that DJ Moore. Your question, have we seen the best of DJ Moore? Yes. Jaylen Waddle? No.
No, and that's a big answer, and the correct answer, by the way, because we have not seen the best of Jaylen Waddle, and I think that portends greatness for the Denver Broncos, because when you pay this sort of hefty price, and make no doubt about it, it is a hefty price. Hefty. It's also a price that you know you're going to get the results. This is a results-based business, and you make this move for Jaylen Waddle not because you didn't do anything in free agency. In fact, you were waiting to get this done. We actually might see a little bit of a flurry, depending on how much money they have left.
Well, I guess now they know their situation.
We might see a Jonnu Smith or something like that if he hasn't already been picked up. But, you might see kind of a 3rd, 4th wave free agent now, or 2, that didn't play for the Broncos last year, which would be refreshing. But it's already refreshing enough to know that Jaylen Waddle is here to be the number 1 receiver, and they just got Bo Nix his Jamar Chase. I want to kind of round out today's show, emphasize on today's show about how Bo Nix just got his Justin Jefferson. He just got his Jamar Chase. Jaylen Waddle isn't as good as those 2, but he's clearly the number 1 receiver. he's clearly a guy, is a great route runner with that speed that can be the number one.
Jaylen Waddle is going to be the best Broncos wide receiver since
DT.
That's where my head went.
Yeah.
Emmanuel was really good, but DT was
DT was the stud.
He
right.
was the one. He was the first progression every single time out, every single offense between that coach to this coach. DT was the number one.
Yeah, Emmanuel got to be a 1 when he went to San Francisco.
Yeah.
But he was a 2 here. Jaylen Waddle's your 1. So they won't get this type of production since Demaryius Thomas.
And obviously different guys because of their
Sure,
bodies and
right,
everything. But
right.
the production and the attention that's demanded, I think you're right. It's Demaryius. The best Bronco wide receiver since Demaryius Thomas landed in the Mile High City this afternoon. And people want to be down on that? What losers. What kind of life do they
I
lead?
guess people just can't be happy. They're not doing anything, but they did too much now. Wait, what? What's wrong with you?
Yeah, come on, do something. Not that.
No, that's too much. It's a big move. It's a monstrous move. Fantastic move. Blockbuster deal for the Denver Broncos. Paying a hefty price, but one that's worth it with Jaylen Waddle.
All right, our final takeaways there, kind of how we feel about it. Kevin Kistner, he's a big voice on this show. He's been all over Bo's board with us. This was a name we discussed, Kev. I know you're fired up. You wanted the big fancy TV. You wanted all the nice new things in this Broncos house that they're building down there at Broncos Park. How are you feeling today?
I'm so excited. I was so excited driving into work, rushing into work.
That's what I'm like, I can't wait to get here.
Yeah, I was like, I want to put a montage together.
How did you get that montage together so fast?
I did it in like 9 minutes.
I was told that Kevin ran into – it was like Kevin just ran into studio, went right back to his production room and started cooking.
Yeah. Look, I'm excited. The Broncos add another speed weapon to this team. You now have 3 speed weapons with Franklin, Waddle, and Mims. I guess you're putting Mims back out there to return punts again. I'm fine with that. You have weapons all over the place. And this offense is starting to remind me a lot of the 2013 offense.
Wow.
I mean, you got weapons everywhere.
You talking about that Star Wars offense?
Oh, yeah. So, look, I wanted a TV. You got the TV. You got me a TV for my nice living room. The house is built. Let's go win the dang championship now. Let's go win a Super Bowl.
The house is built. And
The
there's
house
only
is built.
one thing left to do.
Yeah.
Win the whole damn thing.
The house is built, and come February 14th, I'm going to turn that TV on, and it's going to be Super Bowl 61, and the Broncos are going to be running out of this onto the field at SoFi Stadium.
The Broncos are going to win the Super Bowl on Valentine's Day with Jaylen Waddle. How about that?
Who's not in love?
I was in love this morning when I saw the Schefter tweet. I literally, I'm like yelling, and Kelsey's like, "What are you doing?" And she comes around the corner, and I was doing the little Waddle thing. And she's like, "What is that?" And I'm like, "Oh, yeah, you don't know about." I'm like, they just traded for Jaylen Waddle.
It's Jaylen Waddle, hon.
It was very exciting. My man Rome from Loveland, one of our A1s from day ones, I said they're lifting their leg to be in the doorway of the Super Bowl. Rome said, "Nah, screw that. We're kicking that MF off its hinges." Woo! He says, Ric Flair.
Okay.
That's Rome from London.
There you go.
Loveland. Maybe he's probably been to London.
I can't help it that Jaylen Waddle is here to win a Super Bowl, and I can't help it that Bo Nix is a franchise quarterback and better than anyone else, and I can't help it that Sean Payton is about ready to ram the Lombardi Trophy and, oh, wait, I can't finish that. In Goodell's face. How about that? I can finish it that way. I can't help it.
It's a great day to be in Broncos country, man.
Yes, it is.
It is a great day to be in Broncos country despite the Avs, falling apart late last night. All right, final couple of minutes here before we get out of the way for the drive. Cecil, what are you expecting tonight from these Denver Nuggets? No, Payton Watson will not return. David Adelman said that's something they're shooting for at the end of the week. We're certainly going to be all over it tomorrow right here on KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. But tonight, what are you expecting?
Yeah, tonight I'm expecting, hopefully, or I guess I'm not going to say I'm expecting this, but I'm going to say I'm hoping for this. I'm hoping it's not a clutch game because they're not good at winning clutch games anymore.
You're right.
I hope that changes when Payton Watson's healthy. I'm not exactly sure if it's going to, but a guy can dream, can he?
Sure.
So I'm hoping for a complete game from the Denver Nuggets, and when you have an opponent with I'm not even a regular star. I mean, what is Joel Embiid? What is Joel Embiid? Seriously, what is he?
He's like the bottom of a second tier.
He's like Zion. Where it's
I think people know it was Zion more because he can at least dunk. What's Joel? Joel does turnaround jump shots at 7
Zion
foot.
doesn't run like a scared coward.
Yeah.
Remember when Mike Tyson said that? I was like, is there a different version of coward? He's a scared coward. I'm like, aren't all cowards? By definition, scared coward means you're
pretty
scared.
much checking that box.
If there's cowardice involved, you're probably reacting to fear. So I would look at this and I go, okay, Joel Embiid's not playing because he's ducking Denver or whatever. Go out there and win this thing comfortably, securely, soundly. Show that you're the superior team. And David Ottoman, show that you're making better coaching decisions. How about that? I'm expecting David Ottoman to learn and grow as much as he can here before the postseason.
There's a weird way of maybe I don't want it tonight, but these clutch games, I kind of do want a few more because I want to see how Ottoman handles them. I want to see what his defensive assignments are and what he does when there's a true star, a Luka and SGA type. Tyrese Maxey's one of those dudes. If it's a late game, how are you going to handle? This dude's got the ball in his hands. What are you going to do to stop him? Now, I'd love for them to win big tonight to put everybody at ease. But down the stretch here in the final 14, I wouldn't mind seeing a couple more clutch games. Got Oklahoma City one more time. You're going to have San Antonio one more time. So maybe those are the games we get that and see what David Ottoman is actually doing. I like the Nuggets to get it done tonight. Like I said, I anticipate them coming out with some intent. Hey, first quarter, show up and punch rather than get punched, and then your nose is bleeding, and you got to figure out what you're doing. I think they do that tonight and find a way to win big. All right, one more time, let me remind everybody as we're talking a little hoops, tournament time's here. You can get a shot at $5,000 at DenverSports.com/bracket. It's our bracket challenge presented by Bryant, Colorado, and Xfinity. If you think you can pick the perfect bracket, you think you're better than everybody at college basketball, well, prove it. And $5K is on the line. You do not want to wait. Get to DenverSports.com/bracket right now. You can get signed up, fill everything out so that on the 19th, when the entries close on tip-off before the first game, you don't have anything to worry about. $5,000. That's on the line at DenverSports.com/bracket. Get there now and get signed up. All right, so I'm going Nuggets big win tonight.
Okay.
And I will follow that up. This is no longer going out on a limb, but big win plus triple-double. Triple-double's always there. Now it's the big win plus the triple-double.
Okay.
I think it's a nice night for Nikola Jokic. And I would imagine that Jamal Murray bounces back too.
Yeah, I mean, Jamal had the worst game of his season, career, whatever you want to say.
Certainly the season.
I think he'll be motivated to play better basketball, and it's Jamal. He's going to do it. I've got full faith in that. Zero problem there. And we're over the moon today because of what the Broncos did.
It actually could be a beautiful 48 hours. Let's go today, Jaylen Waddle Day.
Okay.
Tonight, Nugs beat up on the Sixers.
Okay.
Tomorrow, it's Stars Day. Avs and Stars for a major matchup. So maybe we get a Waddle trade, a Nuggets win, and then an Avs beat down on the Stars tomorrow.
Who's going to let you down then?
I'm afraid to answer. It's the Avalanche.
If we're not to get this great day or great, what did you say, 48 hours, 24
hours, yeah.
Why do you make me do math? We're at the end of the show. My brain is fried. I don't want to do math. I wonder why ZB's wearing a Lucky Charm shirt. Now I'm wondering, it's St.
Patrick's Day.
Yes,
St. Patrick's Day. I'm in my Zach has kids. I'm going to be festive for the first time ever.
Yeah. I got green shoelaces. Nice. I participated.
There you go. Yeah, I've never been a person to wear the Christmas sweater or dress up or anything. And
I'm also Irish, a lot Irish.
Oh, are you?
So just lean into it a little, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I brought this. I paid $8.99 for this Lucky Charm shirt at Kohl's, and my kids thought it was the biggest deal in the world, the biggest. So we're rolling with it. What a day for you guys, man.
Been a ton of fun, man. A ton of fun.
I can't wait to just unpack this throughout the afternoon. It's
gonna be crazy, man.
I knew, I said it over and over. I'm like, this can't be it. There's no way this can be it. And it certainly wasn't, man. There was rumors about this happening last year at the trade deadline, and they get it done. And listening to you guys break it down, very fun listen. And this is, they're all in, man. They're all in.
So can we all agree this is a bit of a Super Bowl or bust type of year, this coming up year now?
Mm-hmm. We said last week, we said it. They're on the doorstep of the Super Bowl. Last week, it looked like they were backpedaling away from that doorstep. It felt like that for sure. Now, they're one of our texters said they're getting ready to kick that thing, the hinges through, to get through the door of the Super Bowl. It is Super Bowl or bust because of what it was. You know what I was interested in, Cecil and I kicked around, what you guys think? Will Sean break his no press conference rule to dunk all over everybody? Because there's no better opportunity for Sean right now to have a press conference and tell us all we're stupid than what he's done today.
Yeah, I mean, I that's a good question. And are we going to have a presser with Waddle here like as soon as tomorrow?
He's in town tonight, physical tomorrow. He passes it. The deal's done.
Should pass it and then be right up there. We talked to Cameron Wolf from NFL Network earlier, who has the rare combination of being a Denver reporter and then now national reporter for NFL Network, but also he lives in Miami. He's right there. He covers the Dolphins as well.
That's right.
So he came on and was like, you're getting a great guy who's going to talk junk but not be a diva. Like, he's going to talk trash.
He's a tough
He's going
dude.
to talk trash, and he's going to compete at a high level. It's a big move. Blockbuster deal for the Broncos.
Man, I love it.
No, and you know what, Z, to answer your question, I think we're going to hear from Waddle tomorrow, because if we don't hear from him tomorrow, he's going to be on a podcast the next day. So if you're Denver, you're like, well, damn, like, we'd rather have you talk with us so that we can, monitor everything than you go on a podcast and start spilling the beans on what just happened throughout the 24 hours of you being traded. So I'm expecting Waddle to talk tomorrow right after the physical. Hopefully they're not pulling the Ravens on us. Waddle gets into the building. They say, you know what, you failed your physical, because they can fail a player on the physical.
Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky
I'm
Bobby.
just saying, they can. They can look at you and be like, oh, yeah, you failed the physical. So, but no, that's not going to happen. We're going to hear from Waddle, hopefully. And, man, we just improved. The Denver Broncos, 14-3 team last year, 14-3 this year. I don't know, but they're a lot better off now with Waddle than they were last year.
How well do you know Jaylen Waddle?
Oh, actually really well. So he was my teammate. He was my teammate when I first got there, and he was actually the first guy to come up to my locker, and start talking to me, telling me how he knew about me, and I'm excited that you're a part of the team. And we've had our conversations, right? We had our conversations, and even this is too much to probably talk about, but when you're in these facilities, you got the showers. It's open showers.
Yeah.
So
this is gonna get interesting.
I'm by myself, right? I'm showering for the first time.
all by
It's like,
myself.
like new. You're looking around, and all of a sudden there goes Waddle, waddling in, right? There's a reason why they call him Waddle. So he goes walking in, and he has this weird raspy voice, kind of like Crazy Legs off of Don't Be a Menace. Where it's like, yeah. So he's all like, filthy, right?
I got dreams too.
Exactly, right? He's like, I got dreams. That's the way he talks.
Oh my God, I love you so much for that reference.
So he's like, Phil. I said, people call me Filthy Phil, right? So he's like, all right, Filthy. He was like, so tell me about yourself. So we're in the shower, and I'm bathing, and I'm telling him about myself, and he's looking dead at me, eyes, and I'm like a little uncomfortable. But that's Waddle for you, man. Good teammate. He's not going to make a lot of noise, okay? And the dude works his ass off. He works his ass off.
His speed up close. What is it like to be in those practices and be a part of that offense with him?
So I like to think I'm fast, right? 4.35 on a hand watch, and we're in practice one day, and Waddle's talking, and it was Mac Hollins, which you know, Z.
Yeah, of course.
Me and Waddle and Mac's talking this stuff, and he's like, I'm the fastest one out here. Waddle's like, please, man, you already know who the fastest is. Well, I'm like, well, I'm the new addition. And I know my ass can fly. So we go through this practice, right? We're playing the Panthers that week. And a call gets called in for Waddle. It's going across the field. And Waddle blew past, and I want to say it was Stephon Gilmore at the time. It was Stephon Gilmore.
Who's a top tier at the time.
Top tier he was. And Waddle, and this is the first time I got to experience Waddle, and I didn't know anything really of him. I knew him in college, but I didn't know he was a bad little dude like he was. He's 5'9". Don't 5'10", he's not.
Wow.
5'9", 185 pounds with pure speed. And he blew by Stephon Gilmore, and it went cross field and caught this ball that I thought he was going to take to the house. I think he ends up getting tackled at like the 20-yard line. And that right there told me, okay, that man has some speed I haven't seen in a while. And then he went on to just dominate that game. I want to say he went over 100 yards and may have had a touchdown. Then the next game, he went for another 100 yards, and they were moving him around the field. And I was like, okay, this dude, there's something to this man. It's not just about him as a route runner. I mean, they're handing the ball off to him. He's running every single route in the route tree. He's blowing by people, but he's actually coming back and catching the ball in traffic. Yeah. Like, he's 5'9", but the mentality of that man is like 6'8". Like the dude is just a bad dude, man. And to pair him with Courtland Sutton, man, we should be excited.
They even give him the ball like in the red zone.
In the red zone.
I saw the tweet from Zach Stevens this morning. He's actually, it looks like Tua's fake pitching it to you.
Yeah, man.
Is that right?
Yes, it was me.
Yeah, and the highlight that he posted, Tua is fake pitching to Phil on the left side, and then he hands it off to Waddle in a rushing attempt just to get the ball in his hands.
We credit that play actually the night before. So we did it on a Saturday night, and the coach comes in and says, "Hey, I got a great play for Waddle. I think it's going to work in the red zone." And there's a lot of fluff around there. You need to be a decoy. You need to do a good job of acting.
Flores?
Flores was part of it, and at the time I forgot the original offensive coordinator got fired, and there was a replacement, and I forgot the man's name. I had to go back and see. Very creative play. And, I was the decoy. Nobody wants to give me credit, but I was the decoy. Everybody runs with Uncle Phil. And Waddle comes across with a reverse in for a touchdown. So they found ways to get Waddle involved.